So there are many projects right now on the anvil which are being done by students under faculty guidance, which will soon be funded both from the School of Management as well as from the School of Science. So very innovative kind of projects are coming up from both these schools. And the SSIP of the government of Gujarat has very kindly and very graciously agreed to support us and support our university in this initiative. I wish to thank Mr. Hiranmay Mahanta, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the iHub Gujarat, which is helping us in this entire initiative. I also wish to thank Madam Anju Sharma, who's the Principal Secretary of the Government of Gujarat, Principal Secretary, Higher Education, Government of Gujarat. She has always been in the forefront for entrepreneurship as well as student startups and student innovation. So I thank Madam also very much for encouraging all of us. Today, over the next 2 days, we have a wonderful summit where we have several young entrepreneurs who are explaining what their ideas, who are explaining their projects, who are explaining their experiments. And each one of them is unique in their own way. A unique part of this project, this entire summit, is a session on women entrepreneurs and very young women entrepreneurs who are coming up with something different. Tomorrow, we have a business plan competition where we have around 20 teams from all over India, right from the north, down, south, east, west, everywhere. People have sent in their ideas and their business plans and their initiative. So that is another initiative being done under this third Entrepreneurship Summit. I wish to congratulate Dr. Hitesh Bhatia, as well as the team SSIP, that is Mr. Firdos Solanki, Professor Adil, and of the entire team of faculty and students involved in the Student Startup Innovation Project, who are partnering with us. My thanks also to CII. CII, the Young Indians, is a group of the CII, and Mr. Bhavik Bhai Khera, who is the immediate past chairman of the CII, has been very, very supportive of this particular initiative with the student community. So I thank Mr. Bhavik Bhai as well. We look forward to a great summit. And today we have with us Mr. Raghav Agarwal, who will be speaking next on his journey as an entrepreneur. Raghav is my classmate from BITS Pilani, and he is right now doing a very innovative entrepreneurial venture on solar farms for agricultural sector. So we look forward to listening to a real entrepreneur's experience and a very senior entrepreneur's experience as well. So thank you so much for this whole activity, and I wish the third Entrepreneurship Summit of Navrachna University School of Business and Law all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for such a warm welcome and for always encouraging us to learn and grow. Now, as mentioned, I would like to call upon Mr. Raghav Agarwal to share his experience on his journey of being an entrepreneur. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mahima. And thank you, Professor Nile Yajnik. And with your permission, Professor Nile Yajnik, if you permit me, I'll call you Nile by your first name.
Of course.
Thank
we
you.
know each other for 45 years.
Absolutely. We haven't met, but then I have been reading
for a long time, yeah.
And a wonderful work that you've been doing at Navrachna University.
Thank you.
In fact, I was in Vadodara last year during the COVID period once, but then I did not have the courage to come and say hello to you.
Naturally. Next time.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. And once if you are in Delhi, do give a call.
Certainly. Thank you.
So once again, good morning to each of the participants. And I introduce myself as Raghav Agarwal. I did my engineering from BITS Pilani, 1983 pass out, mechanical. Then I did my MBA from Lucknow University. And I joined Hindustan Aeronautics Limited and in Lucknow with the project called MiG-27M project for manufacturing of MiG-27 fighter aircrafts in India. And my responsibility was to look after right from the very fact receiving the designs from the Russian companies, reading those designs, converting them into English translation, and then making the process sheets, tools, planning, material planning, actual production, assembly, testing, fitment on the aircraft, so on and so forth. So that is how I started my journey, getting straight away into the core engineering aspects and understanding as he went along. So with the, I mean, as the time goes and as one expects to grow with the company, I did move on. And 2000, I shifted to Bangalore. And in Bangalore, I was the chief manager of marketing. And the Bangalore Aero Show in 2000, year 2000, was probably my responsibility at that point of time. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Audible and visible, very clear.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes.
So I was there in the corporate office, organized this aero show in year 2000, and then I moved to the helicopter division of Hindustan Aeronautics in Bangalore itself. And I was responsible for worldwide sales and service of India-built, HAL-built helicopters like Pitak Cheetah, etc. for that purpose. And then from there, I moved further to Nasik in the year 2007. And in Nasik, I was heading a joint venture between Government of India and Government of Russia. And I was the CEO and Managing Director of that joint venture called Indo-Russian Aviation. So I was there till 2009. And then I had some weird ideas as to what am I doing making fighter aircrafts. So that was a changeover actually. So I quit, or rather took a premature retirement and moved out. So 2009, after 26 years of being with the HAL, I decided to move out. So when I moved out, I didn't know what to do, how to do, what, where, etc. like that. So one of my friends was here in the government, in the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, which is called popularly. And he said, what are you thinking? What are you wanting to do? I said, I have not thought about it. He said, okay, come with me for some time till you decide. And at that point of time, the Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission, popularly called a JNNSM, was being formulated. The documentation was being made. So he said, okay, come in, you are good in contracting, you understand the business scenarios, you have done the international coordination, you have looked at various contracts. So why don't you get into the formulation team of this JNN mission? So I did that. And then 11th January 2010, this National Solar Mission was launched in Vigyan Bhavan by the Government of India. And that was a turning point for the country in terms of solar systems and solar manufacturing. And from there onwards, and today, there is more than 75 gigawatts, 75,000 megawatts of solar installed capacity in the country. So which are grid connected, which are on the rooftops. So while so there are two aspects of it. One is a grid connected solar systems, which is the megawatt scale. So Charanka in Gujarat was one of those early projects which came into, and Gujarat government was most innovative and absolutely forward thinking. So they decided a 25-year tariff way back in 2010 and 11 that they will sign the power purchase agreement for 25 years for these the solar systems. So one thing led to another. Rajasthan government came into picture thereafter. So Rajasthan and Gujarat today take the lead, and 60% of the solar grid connected power projects are installed in Gujarat and Rajasthan, with of course the country's largest single location solar power plant of 750 megawatts is installed in Rewa district of Madhya Pradesh. So, and that has that got the lowest tariff in the entire world in 2 years ago. And that was at 2 rupees, I think 53 paise or 54 paise per unit. So it was below par the grid power. And that's how the solar power got parity, or even better than parity, with the lowest cost power supply, which is from hydroelectric projects. So this is how it is. But then I didn't get into under the megawatt scale, the funding projects. I chose to get into the off-grid projects, which were not even connected to the grid. And off-grid was like solar street lights, the home lighting systems, small capacities where you are not connected to the grid, basically for the rural households. I chose that path. It was a very difficult path, but I chose to get into that path. So even in that area, I saw a good potential and possibility to work into the solar water pumping systems for agriculture applications and also for drinking water applications. So with this, work with the ministry to formulate a policy, specifications, documentation, tendering process, and this agriculture aspect or horticulture, floriculture, this aspect actually needs a lot of, I would say, government support or this financial assistance in term called subsidy. The subsidy is not the right word, but then we usually call it subsidy. So it requires a lot of financial outlay from the government for subsidy for these products. And the government was willing to come forward. So Rajasthan government took the lead way back in 2013. They brought in the world's largest tender so far at that point of time of 10,000 solar water pumps to be installed within the state of Rajasthan. And one of our seniors from BITS Pilani, I would name him, his name is Dr. Dinesh Kumar Goyal. He was a very senior IAS officer. At that point of time, 2012-13, he was the principal secretary horticulture. So he was responsible. He's 1981 IAS batch, now retired. He passed out from BITS Pilani 76 or something like that. And then he also did his PhD later on from BITS Pilani. So he's a PhD from Pilani as well. I mean, after doing his graduation, he went to BARC, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, worked there for 6-7 years, and then he joined the IAS. So we clicked instantly, almost like that. I didn't know him earlier, we didn't know each other, but then he saw me working in this domain and he brought up that tender. So that was a game changer in the whole world. Those 10,000 systems, the farmers who were in the far-flung areas of Rajasthan, they did not have electricity connection. They were working on diesel pump sets. The water table was as low as 300, 200 feet, 250 feet, 300 feet or something like that. The good part was that the government at that point of time had initiated the program with funding, and the companies in India had that kind of a technology. So I would name two major companies. One is called Rotomag, which is located in Anand next to you, and which is where I'm associated with. I'm the director of that in that company. And then another company is called Shakti Pumps. Of course, there were other companies, Kirloskar, CRB, KSB, CRI Pumps, but they were not into the solar side of it. So it was these two companies who were majorly into the solar side of it, who were manufacturing special pumps for solar application. And some of you who may understand, these pumps are basically brushless DC pumps. They are submersible pumps, and then permanent magnet pumps, DC pumps, which are the surface pumps. So two categories. If the water table is a submersible pump, the water table can be as much as 500 feet. You can draw the water through solar. And if it is surface pump from canal or riverside or river pond, then you need a surface pump to do that activities. So these surface pumps and submersible pumps with solar, not grid connected, having the state-of-the-art technology in terms of DC, that too brushless DC, made the change in the whole system actually, the concept side of it. With the government support, these 10,000 were installed. I mean, they were like hotcakes because the budgetary limitation was there. It had to be subsidized. Farmer had to pay exactly 14% of the total cost, which came out to be exactly 70,000 rupees at that point of time. So government decided that this is how it is going to be done like that. So those farmers who were growing either paddy or wheat, some of farmers who were growing vegetables. Now this is the transformation story. Those farmers who typically owned a land of, let us say, 2 hectares, they were able to earn something like 3 to 4 lakh of rupees annually. And they were dependent on grid supply, which was not there, or it was there on a rationing basis, 8-hour shift, morning, afternoon, night shifts. And out of 8 hours, they would get probably the electricity was available for 4 hours, 2 hours. And many of them were running only on diesel pump sets. And diesel pump set cost is something like a 10 horsepower pump, if you say, will cost something like 100 rupees an hour of running. So it was that expensive, So in a year, to grow wheat on a 2 hectare land, a farmer would spend something like 50 to 60,000 rupees in terms of either the fuel cost or the electricity cost. The power is not free in Rajasthan. So there is some minor charges, but it is subsidized. This gave a changeover. With a one-time 70,000 investment, the product is warranted and guaranteed for 5 years, first 5 years. That means the pump, which is the only moving part in the whole system, had a warranty and guarantee of 5 years. The solar panels had a guarantee and warranty of 25 years. So this 70,000 rupees was like a payback within a year kind of a thing. I would extend it to 2 years. And that kind of a situation stands even till today. So this changeover in terms of economics, payback, technology, robustness, after-sales service and support, funding, which is called subsidy, but then there is a big market open for let's say entrepreneurship subsidies, extending it to something like Africa. Now, if you go to Africa, there are no subsidies. I do work into the international market in particularly African continent. So there you can get into funding through multilateral agencies, either from World Bank, or even Exim Bank of India does some kind of a lending process. So all this combined together is a success story in the country, which we initiated within the country, our own homegrown technologies, and we are the leaders today in that respect. So in this short period of 5 years, there are now more than 300,000 solar water pumps installed across the country, ranging from 1 horsepower capacity to 10 horsepower capacity, and surface and submersible, mostly DC, because the power generated through solar panels is DC. So you don't invert it to an AC, you use the DC power, and it gives you a 15% higher efficiency if you don't invert it to AC actually in that. So there's no inverter, it's a DC-DC controller, it's a direct running brushless DC systems, with, of course, service support and guarantees and warranties. So I just thought I'll give you a brief outline. So this has been accepted by the United Nations. I had gone to the United Nations myself in 2013, and along with Dr. Goel and then the Michigan State University in 2014 to promote this product. Why Michigan State University? I mean, UN has a body called UNFAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. It's headquartered in Rome. So there we developed a nexus called Food, Energy, Water Nexus. So food security will come once you have energy security and water security. So water security will come once you have energy security. So this was a triangle And I mean, it works beautifully today if you look at it into that. So there's a report of UNFAO when we introduced in 2013 how solar water pumping system will transform the world in terms of irrigation for the farmers who do not have electric connections. There is no grid. This goes that water from the sun without an electric pole.
Right.
The concept is. Thank you so much for these introductory remarks, and I'm glad to share my thoughts with you in this.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your journey. And it indeed was quite an interesting and innovative one. As we all know, the future of energy is going to be in the form of renewable energy, and contributing and bringing in technology and economics to it has really helped us understand your concept better. We would love to know more about it and stay connected with you. Thank you, sir, for joining us and sharing your experience.
Thank you, Anma. I'll just add one more aspect. So,
Sure, sir.
Nile, encouraged by this, now I have started a new startup company only 15 days ago. And that's a startup, trust me. I've
Okay.
for a startup. And that company name is called Agri Solar Projects Private Limited.
Okay.
That company is going to work in solar cold storages for the farmers. Because these farmers, their earning has tripled 4 times. A farmer who was earning 3 to 4 lakhs, he surely earns 35 lakhs today because he's water and energy secure. He does not need electricity. He needs water for his field for irrigation. Now that he has grown the crop, which I say cash crop, vegetables, bhindi, tomato, kheera, orange, you name it like that. So these farmers need some cold storage to hold the harvest for a couple of days when it is raining or market is down, or to sort of consolidate to it becomes a mini truck rather than a small cart. So this solar cold storage is the next journey as a startup. So I would learn from each one of you as a startup how to get into that and make a story alongside with you as a startup entrepreneur here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Raghav. Thank you. And it's really interesting, and for the benefit of all students who are watching this, you see how enthusiastic an entrepreneur is in Mr. Raghav Agarwal. At this time also, after achieving so much of success, he started a new venture, a new startup venture as well. And I'm really looking forward, Raghav, you coming here and helping us in many of our projects which we are doing under this Student Startup Innovation Project funded by the government of Gujarat. And this whole area is, Vadodara, as you know, is a very large agricultural area as well. And we would really like to hear from you, your experiences, and some kind of a collaboration we can definitely work out. You acting as a mentor for some projects of our young students as well.
It will be my greatest pleasure and honor to interact with all the team members. But you will have to help me with one more thing.
Yeah.
Enroll me for a PhD.
Sure, most welcome. Most welcome. Most welcome. You can, we'll come up with an ad, and there's a process,
Okay.
an ad and,
I want to do PhD into renewable energy. There are very few people who get into those kind of domains.
I see. Yeah, it'll be very interesting. It'll be a very interesting
With
project.
all your experience and first-hand experience from ground, it would be a contribution towards the field of academics also.
It'll be great, because I've been telling people, look, enroll me as a PhD student. People are saying, no, we don't have those kind of.
It would be like a
Though
reverse collaboration between industry and academics.
Yes, but though I have been I've been a mentor advisor to 3 PhD students.
I know.
PhDs, but nobody could enroll me as a PhD. so probably Nile can help me out with that.
Sure. We'll
Thank you
talk.
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming over today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Indeed a
Raghav.
pleasure. Indeed a pleasure. Thank you. So
Mahima,
permit me, if I can exit, and maybe I'll listen to a few more minutes, and then I will exit because I have to leave by 11 o'clock latest.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
So we are really thankful to you for sharing this very important experience of your life and your contribution towards the social fabric of this country, which was inherently an electricity deficient country. And the way you have contributed to this solar power and its growth. So we are feeling proud and privileged to hear you and have your experience with us, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hitesh. Thank you so much.
Mahima, before you
Thank
proceed,
you.
I will
Yes.
request Sachin. Sachin has joined us. Sachin is representing CII Young India Baroda chapter and has been very instrumental in collaborating for this particular summit. So I will request Sachin to say a few words of motivation to all the budding entrepreneurs.
Thank you, Hiteshji. I think first of all, good morning, everyone. Sorry for joining a little late. First of all, I would like to congratulate Navratna University and students for arranging this much needed entrepreneurship summit. I think students are working since more than one and a half month for this event, and everyone is working very hard to arrange a good quality speakers and everything. Best wishes from YI Vadodara, CI and UA team. I am also a recently turned entrepreneur. I started my startup 1.5 years back. So I was in Crompton for 14 years. So Raghav sir, my startup is also related to BLDC, and we are into BLDC ceiling fans. And recently we have developed solar BLDC fan. So I think I can quite correlate with your startup. Lovely to hear you. In our times, I passed out in 2006 from technology faculty of MSU. We didn't had this kind of platforms for entrepreneurship or something. At that time, no one was speaking what was the entrepreneurship, right? So I think you people are lucky, means you have a platform and your university is doing wonderful work to promote this. So I request all of you to take the maximum benefit of this and do participate in each and every session of these 2 days. Thank you, Hiteshji.
Thank you, Sachin. Thank you.
Welcome to the BLDC world.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much, sir, for
And
always
I can see
encouraging.
you wearing the I am Lucknow t-shirt. So
Yeah.
one of our batchmates, Manmohan Bhutani.
Bhutani. Yeah.
He is from the first I am Lucknow batch.
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
84 pass out.
Correct.
Oh.
Correct. Yes.
Great. Still, I wear this t-shirt because it was entrepreneur.
So I mean, Manmohan is based in Noida here in Delhi, near Delhi.
Okay.
He's
Okay.
First I am Lucknow batch.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Mahima, please continue.
Thank you, sir, for supporting this event and encouraging and Navratna University to go ahead with such insightful events. Now, let us begin a session by calling the first speaker. So I would like to request Vasundhara Singh, Vice President of MBA student body Navratna University, to please introduce our first speaker, Mr. Vivek Prasad.
On behalf of management at NUV, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Vivek Prasad. Mr. Vivek is a serial entrepreneur with advanced specialization in AI, machine learning, data science, deep tech, enterprise and mobile technology, and flight tech. Throughout his career, Mr. Vivek has led and architected big data, AI, and machine learning-based enterprise solutions for multiple Fortune 500 clients in logistics, maritime, insurance, healthcare, banking, and telecom industries. Over the last decade, he has co-founded 2 startups and worked as a decision scientist for world's most advanced data science company, MU Sigma. As a part of his current startup, he has also filed many patents. He has also developed global award-winning AI-powered logistics operation platform, CoiReader. As a result of advanced technology capabilities developed by Mr. Vivek, Gartner had nominated CoiReader Technologies with the coveted 2020 Cool Vendor in Supply Chain Execution designation. We welcome you to the summit, sir. Thank you for joining us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Vasundhara. And thank you, Navratna University, for extending the invite to me to be present here as a speaker in the panel. So, good morning, everyone. This is Vivek, and you heard a brief introduction, but so I'm the co-founder and CTO at CoiReader Technologies, and CoiReader is essentially a hyper automation platform that we built, and we use it we essentially, it's a platform for logistics, supply chain, and maritime industry. And this journey started, I'd say 7 years ago, when I was pretty young. I was just in Mu Sigma, where working as a data scientist, when I realized the actual power of what AI can do and how it can change the complete industry paradigm. Just like how in 2000 www did for the whole of internet, right? Facebook, Twitter, everything today is a byproduct of that. So entrepreneurship, if I talk about entrepreneurship, I'll many people think that you, as an entrepreneur, you want to build your company. But what I'll say is it's a journey. Why is it a journey? Because there are a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of people on this call are budding entrepreneurs, and they want to probably start their business in future. And what I would suggest from my experience to them would be that a lot of people I see worry a lot about whether the startup would be successful, whether they'll make money, all those are important things. But when you're in college, when you're young, so I ventured into this when I was 23 years old. So pretty young for me, and pretty intimidating, as it can be for anyone thinking about doing something that you probably, your peers are not doing it, right? And no job guarantee, no lots of things to worry about. But one thing that I understood while in this journey is there's no better time than when you're young. You have less expenses, you don't have a family to take care of, you don't essentially have many responsibilities on you, and you're full of energy. And you probably can't do this when you become 40 years old, or 45 years old, or 50. You have a family, you have a kid to take care of, you have lots of responsibilities. The plunge is demanding, essentially, the entrepreneur plunge. But when you do this early on in your career, the advantages that you get are phenomenal. Let's say best case scenario, you are in a startup, it succeeds, great. You build a fortune, you build a career for you, and all good. Let's talk about the worst case scenario, because even that happens. And and in this world, it's all about taking calculated risks. Not risk, calculated risks. I stress on the word calculated, because and when you do the calculated risk part, when to do the plunge with entrepreneurship when you're young, the equation is just in your favor. Because essentially, let's say 5 years down the line, or 7 years down the line, even if, let's say, the worst case scenario, things don't work out as well as you thought you did, but that journey is going to transform you. That journey is going to transform you into someone that you could possibly never have imagined you can become. And it's because as they say, no risk, no gain, right? So you have to take risks in life, or essentially be in a uncomfortable zone. You don't grow when you're comfortable. You grow when you push yourself, you become uncomfortable, you do things that are probably not your not your best things. Now, as an entrepreneur, what it means is not raising. It's not one job. It's one term. Probably very hard to pronounce, but it's switching hats. Essentially. Sometimes you're a salesperson, sometimes you're a marketer, sometimes you're a designer, maybe sometimes you're a coder, depends on what you're doing. So, you have to keep a very open mind, and you'll be surprised how many, I see a lot of people and students that, I don't like this work, I would like to do this, but when you become an entrepreneur, what you would realize is, you are kind of, eventually you become the helper. You do all the things that other people cannot do. So you have to be willing to, take that plunge into it. And when you come out of the ocean, when you take the plunge, you're a completely different being, when because of the experience and exposure that you get at a very early age. And eventually this is going to, you know segregate your profile from everyone. This is going to make you stand out. And I it is it, and it's a journey of leadership, I would say, where you just don't need to do the best of from your side, but you need to find the right people. You need to lead them, you need to motivate them, and then bring them on a common goal that you would want to venture on. And that's a skill that probably in India, we are not taught. We and that's what, not just in India, anywhere in the world. Entrepreneurship is something, it's not like that. It's very different from a job or something else. It's just that we were never coached that way. We were never coached about entrepreneurship, how to grow a business, we were never taught in, about money, right? How to grow money, what happens with that, so, essentially, like, you would have heard that, serial entrepreneurs, usually have more chances of, getting successful. So I ask you, why is that? And when they say serial entrepreneur, they don't mean that, the both, all their startups have to be successful. I have seen a lot of cases where people, like, for example, myself, my first startup that did, okay, I wouldn't call it a, star success, but, that experience that I had in my previous startup helped me, create, what Koi Reader is today. So, I see a lot of young people here who might be willing to take that plunge. So, what my advice to all of you would be to, essentially hold your, essentially have that confidence and take the plunge. It's the plunge that is going to teach you. And, you know, uh, I can guarantee you one thing, whether I cannot guarantee whether you're successful or not, but I can guarantee you that you'll be 200, 300% better than what you were today when you come out of it. And then a whole world of opportunities opens for you. And you're just what, 22, 23 years of old, right? Before, if you start now, you would have a lot of part of your career left to, essentially, you know, take another shot at it with much better resources and understanding, because you now have the experience of failure. And one thing that I personally know that teaches the most are failures, so don't be avoid of that. Thank you.
So Vivek, we had few questions from student to ask you, and I personally also wanted to have a few questions from you.
Sure.
As just to tell you everyone, Vivek has co-founded this company with his elder brother, who is Ashutosh, currently based out of US. So Vivek, starting a company with sibling, how was the experience? When you start with complete stranger, it becomes very difficult to manage the direction of the company and where you want to go. Whereas starting with sibling, how was the experience?
So, there are a lot of things that helps if there is a sibling, as a co-founder. So, the camaraderie between the two, right? You guys, there is no point of confusion, right? you can always understand each other. You understand how the other person clicks essentially. So the essentially, between two co-founders, and that's where I've seen a lot of companies fall out, because there is a rift between co-founders. They're not aligned on the same page. So as siblings, it becomes, at least, both people can understand each other. And with my scenario, in my case, Ash and I bring a complementary set of skills. So the skills are split in like a 80-20 ratio. So where we have a 20% overlap with each of the skill sets, but we excel at the other 80%. So what Ash does in that 80%, probably I cannot do as well as him, and where I do the better in the 80%, he cannot do. So, whenever great teams are built, you talk about Apple or anywhere, it's always has been that camaraderie between the two co-founders, the skill set, the overall skill set essentially between the two co-founders. But, being with a sibling, there is also difficulties in, when you are essentially disagreeing. So, but you just need to adjust to how you want to disagree, because it's you also have to keep in mind that it's a relationship, right? It's not just someone stranger who you can release the contract or whatever you have and then take your own path. It's a sibling, it's a brother who you have grown up with and is going to be with you for the rest of your life. So you have to take that into consideration. But that's just a very, very small part, I would say. But overall, the kind of synchronization and the kind of understanding you can have when you do this with a brother, if you subside all the other parts, if you ensure all the other parts do not come into the picture, is phenomenal. I mean, we talk, I can pick up a call, I can pick up my phone and call Ash at 2 a.m. in the night, and he does the same. And nobody blinks, right? You're not like, why is this guy calling me? It's as simple as that. It's amazing, I would say, to start this with a sibling who, where you both are on the same page.
Right, 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 Vivek. Vivek, there is a few questions from the audience. They wanted to understand that how did you find the gap in the market? Because many times for a budding entrepreneur, it becomes very difficult to identify where to start and which opportunity to target. So I believe when we discussed initially, you told me that you have created solution which is generic so that it can be applicable to industry also, and you don't want to become a industry specific solution, right? So can you just
Right.
elaborate on that? How to identify gap?
Sure. Okay, so for a lot of entrepreneurs, you know, when you start first time, right, as a first time entrepreneur, I can almost guarantee that what you would start on will not be perfect, will not be the ideal use case that you know you will take to the market. It happens. It can happen if you have found the right thing. But what I'm saying is, if you found the right thing, good, great, you can go ahead. But let's say you haven't, which happens with most of the cases. You don't have to worry. I would say, so like in my case, with the previous startup, Query Reader came into being because we pivoted from our older startup. So we were building a healthcare platform, and this is a hyper automation platform that we are working on right now. So when we were building that, while building that, that's when your ideas, take shape, take form. You talk to customers, you talk to people, you understand the market, you see that, okay, this works, this doesn't. And that's how you just have to keep as an entrepreneur, you just have to keep a very open mind. You have to keep looking, keep looking for that one thing. So, we say that in Hindi, ki, chaloge to daudne ka rasta dikhega. When you walk, you will find the paths to run. So that's exactly what is applicable here. If we hadn't taken that path, probably that was not such a great idea, or maybe it was, it might not be the right resources at the right time. But when you're in that journey, that's when it starts to become very clear. If you're on a road which is like 2 kilometers long, and you start contemplating what is at the end of 1.5 kilometers, you'll never know that. You need to take the walk, you need to see, and then run towards it if you find it right.
Right, right, Vivek. So normally when I teach subject of entrepreneurship to my student, I told them that the angel investor at the time of idea, I mean, normally people just have idea and they go for funding. So angel investor is normally looking for, so they normally invest on the jockey, not on the horse, because idea may change. You may start with something and you end up with something. But if team is really good and they have focus, then probably there are high chance of success, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ideas are cheap, at the same point of time, if you're thinking you've got this golden idea, probably 10 more people in the world are thinking the same or more. Imagine the population of the world. There are smart people everywhere at each nook and corner, right? So what matters in this journey is execution, because most of the people will just say that, okay, let's do this, but they wouldn't actually do anything about it. They don't want to leave their 6-figure or 7-figure job and take this plunge. It's not that easy. That fear, that uncertainty, that insecurity is too much to overcome. But once you do, that's when you see the beauty of this journey.
Vivek, one more question from the audience, and it's very important for startups. That how do you manage financing in startup? Because I believe it would have been bootstrap for initial years, and which would have been very difficult. Because I believe Ash was working already in the world class companies like PwC, like Bain, and like Mu Sigma. So resign from there, and how to manage financing.
Yeah. So financing is in fact a very important point for startups, because many startups close down because of that one reason. They do It's not because they don't have a good idea, it's just because they're not able to sustain the burn. So, what we did was, and it's not like one rule applies on all here. It's more like what your current resources are and what do you have available with you right now. So let's say, some guy is very rich, extremely rich, has all the money, then, you can go ahead, hire a team, no worries. Now, some guy, some people go the route of angel, where you get ideas, you get the ideas to angels, or a even better route is, and that's what I recommend if you have to go for initial rounds of funding, is go to family and friends. Don't go to investors. That's going to muddy the waters initially. You need to first find your strong point, find your strong goal, get the market right, get the basics right, essentially, and then go to an investor to pitch. Because it's always better to go to the friends and family route, because you don't need a lot of funding, at least at the beginning. You're not going to start with 50 employees. You're going to start with 1 or 2 or 3. So if you can find that money, wherever it is coming from, whether it's from your personal savings, or from this, or sometimes, I have seen companies. So there was this product company, of a friend, and to raise money to sustain his company, what he did was he involved his HR team into doing recruiting for a few companies. So the money that he was getting from there, whatever he was getting from there, he was pumping it into his core business, and that's how they grew. Some people raise investment. For us, it was relatively easier, because so in the initial years, I was the one who left my job, and Ash was in uh, corporate role, one of the top executives in USA. So, and and I was here in India, and as I said, I was 23 years old. I didn't need much, and so I took the plunge. He stayed in the job, and what we did was we had an agreement that I'm going to spend all my time, and he's going to take care of the money, because he's in US, and he was in a well-paying job, and when you convert it into Indian rupee, that becomes a substantial amount. But what is very important in entrepreneurship is frugality. you know because frugality leads to innovation. So today, even with that, today we are running a 50 people company at a burn rate of around 20 to $25,000 to USD. Now, whenever we talk to any VC and they look at our burn rate each month, they're surprised. They're shocked. Usually, the things that we are doing, people, our peers, who are similarly doing similar stuff, they are burning anywhere between 200K to 500, 300K USD a month. Now, when you compare this to that, it's a lot. So we are building like a cockroach model. There are different models how you can do. You can build like a build a Flipkart where you pumping in a lot of money, but you're still in loss, right? They are still making losses. Or you can have another mindset like we have adopted where we are focusing on profitability from day one. In fact, it totally depends on your situation and how your vision of the company is, whether you want to sell it, whether you want to sustain it, what do you want to do?
Right, Vivek, right. So Vivek, there is one question from audience which comes up again and again, that how being an entrepreneur change your personal life, because I believe work life balance would have been very difficult for you. I believe you traveled one day to, while we were interacting, you are one day in Mumbai, one day in Bangalore, one day in Calcutta, one day in Chennai. So how does that affect your personal life? Yeah.
Yes. So that's a extremely good question. Um, so this is how I think about this. And this is you know y- your company, when you're an entrepreneur, your company is a child. You know, and you will spend any amount of time to ensure that your child is good, right? You don't think about time when you're spending time with a child. You don't think that 1 hour has passed or 2 hours has passed. You just enjoy the journey. So but to do that you need to love the child, right? You need to love your child. It's your child, that's why you love it. you know and so that's how entrepreneurship is as well. I'm assuming that everybody who is whatever he's picking, they love that. And if you love that, if you have a passion for that, then that time, you don't feel as burnt out as anybody else who is even doing a 5 hour shift on something that is not working on. So today, uh, my hours are crazy. I wake up with a phone call and my night ends at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. with a phone call, because I have to coordinate in 2 time zones. In fact, sometimes we are a global company. We have operations in Singapore, US, India. So imagine one person handling calls in all these time zones. There's essentially no time to sleep. So work-life balance honestly becomes a little hard, because of these things. But you have to keep your sanity. The good part about it is, entrepreneurship is, you don't have to at least listen to anyone. You don't have to ask anyone that you have to go on leave. You if you feel burnt out, you can probably take the Wednesday off. And but you don't want to do that. Honestly, when you're into the journey, you'll feel like, you know you'll feel energized while actually seeing your company grow. It's like seeing your child walk. you know when they walk, you're in a moment of joy. It's just that, those small wins, they are your motivators. So you do need a lot of motivation and to sustain the journey in the initial part of time, because that's the hardest part. Entrepreneurship is not like buying a vegetable. It's like growing a tree. you know you have to water it. The more you water it, the bigger the fruit will be. And it'll take time. So two things that are most important would be patience and perseverance. Without that, no entrepreneur has ever. We always see success stories and we think that, oh, this guy is a one night star. But nobody becomes good in one night. We don't see is the struggle that that guy did for the past 10 years. Nobody talks about that. Everybody is interested in the, one night story, how this guy did this in one night or 1 month or 1 year.
Right, right. That's really true, because when Sachin Bansal sold his uh, equity in Flipkart, and when he got $1 billion amount, everyone was praising that, okay, he got some money. But then I at that time has worked sometime with Flipkart, so I realized, I know that it was a long journey. It was 10 years, where 2007 he has started, and then he was selling this bookmark outside crossword for people to at least market that what we do at Flipkart. And then he slowly expanded. He even did delivery also. So as people know, it's not all fancy. It requires a lot of hard work, and it's not an overnight success. It takes a lot of years, right? There is one question from one student. He's saying that how pandemic has affected a lot of startup, because I also follow the news, and I believe that a lot of startup which are not really good and burning a lot of cash, they actually wind up their business because they were not able to survive in this pandemic. So how are you managing, and how are you how are you running the business in this pandemic, before COVID and after COVID? Yeah, I think second wave is also coming, so
Yeah.
situation will again go on to problematic scenario in India and I think abroad. But how are you managing?
So, what I would say is
No, I'm in a
it's
webinar. I call
always
you back.
about looking at the situation. It's always about perspective, and it's also a little about the current environment or situation you are in. So if I talk just about us, we are an automation company, right? We are a hyper automation platform. So for us, if I'm just talking about the pure business side, in fact, I shouldn't say that, but from a business perspective, Corona has been good for us because you know that in Corona, one thing that didn't stop was logistics and supply chain, and it cannot stop. If that stops, you won't get food on your table, right? So, but what happened was when there were no workers, what was clear was the need of automation in logistics and supply chain. And not just logistics and supply chain, the automation is being pushed everywhere in this world, in every industry in the world, after Corona, because of Corona, as well as remote work. So, what we did was we essentially adapted to it. We are a technology company at the end of the day. So, being a technology company, it was very easy for us to migrate to the cloud and, hold up remote work. You know, Initially, maybe there were few challenges into the team coordination, etc. But once that happened, it didn't really matter, because even before Corona, we were having client meetings on Zoom call, presentation on Teams, and it was essentially the same. Yeah, that probably I would have traveled down to a client's location earlier before Corona, which is not happening today. But it truly depends on the perspective. If you're in a business where being in office is very important, like a call center, because I have seen a lot of call centers getting affected. They're having a hard time there. So it truly depends on what your business is and how you take it forward. Like if you take Ambani, right? If you see Geo, in the Corona pandemic, and that's the biggest example. In the Corona pandemic, he has got an investment from uh, Facebook, Google, you name the company, right? And I don't know one company in this whole world which has gotten investment from all these competing tech giants.
Right, Vivek. Vivek, two last question. One question is from MBA student who wanted to understand that for a fresh programmer, if someone want to make a career in AI and machine learning, which you are also doing, so
Mhm.
what kind of programming courses he should be aware with, or he should focus on to build a career in AI and machine learning?
Okay, so uh, I would say I would say so AI and machine learning is not just programming. I would say it has a lot. It is a multidisciplinary skill. You need a lot of math. You need statistics. You need your programming skills, of course. You need to keep an open mind because things change every day in this world. 6 months ago, what was the best is no more the best. So, essentially you need to have an open mind and, take it through. Uh, it's not one course, it's not like, I'll read this and I'll be good at this, uh, I have seen the AI industry completely change in the past 2 years. If I talk about what we were using 2 years ago, and then I talk about what we are using today, it's completely different. So it's a booming industry, just like www when it came out. We know where it has evolved into right now. And AI, I see AI very similar to what happened with the internet in 2000s. It's going to become like that. So, I would say not to focus on courses, because honestly, I have seen all the courses online on Academy, and there are Coursera and whatever is there. But none of those courses, all of those courses are like your books. They're gonna college books. They're gonna help you maybe understand the basics, but they're just the A B C D E. Now you cannot go to a debate after learning A B C D. You need to learn the full vocabulary, right? And that's not what the courses teach you. For that, for that there is a full-fledged open source community thriving online. So you need to essentially read and read.
Right, Vivek. Vivek, one last question, and probably then we can wind up.
Yeah.
Any piece of advice for a budding entrepreneur that they should keep in mind while trying hand at new venture? I mean, I believe that hard work is required, but any three quality which you think uh, college going student need to keep in mind for success at entrepreneurship? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I have those three on top of my head always. And, more I talk to entrepreneurs, this is the three most important qualities are patience, perseverance, and frugality. If you have the, and the, mind you, they all, none of the three come easy. None of the three come easy. You have to really, really, really stress to, have all the three. Uh, because, you won't get results on day one. You will come across a lot of obstructions. In fact, you go and ask any entrepreneur, in the early days, they would have heard 100 no's and one yes. But the story of entrepreneurship is not about that 100 no's. It's about that one yes. you know because you don't need many yeses. At least if you're in the, let's say you're in the B2B segment. Probably if you're in B2C, it would require much more than that. That's another animal altogether. But if I'm just talking about B2B, probably you need that one good win, because that's gonna start your journey. And you need to push till you get to that stage. And why you're not able to get to that stage in your initial time is because we all have our ideas of this is a good idea, this is a good product. But whether it is a mature product and a mature idea, you know only the market tells. And that doesn't happen on day one. That happens when you talk to your customer, refine, pivot until you get to that sweet spot. And when you reach that sweet spot, then it's like, oh, this was easy. Then it's very easy to understand. But in hindsight, it's not so simple.
Right, Vivek. Right. Thank you very much, Vivek. I think we have covered the question. Vasundhara, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you,
everyone.
sir. Thank you, Firdaus sir, and thank you, Vivek sir. So, thank you, sir, for giving a brief overview of your journey and inspiring all the students. Possibly, few of them would be the future entrepreneurs. The key highlights I would like to mention: open mind, taking leadership, and taking calculated risk. We will all remember these things, sir. And from managing the finance to finding the gap in the market and tackling the situation of pandemic, we have learned a lot in this session and how do we overcome it. Three key points that you have mentioned: patience, perseverance, and frugality. We all will keep these three things in mind, sir. Thank you for being with us today and being our keynote speaker.
Vasundhara,
Yes, sir.
If Mr. Raghav Agarwal is there, I was just wondering if we could have a photograph with Mr. Vivek Prasad, Raghav Agarwal, and Sachin also.
Sure, sir.
Raghav, are you there? I think you may have to mute.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
there.
Can you put your video on? We'll take a
Yes.
photograph
Yes, please.
of the inaugural function, you know.
Surely.
You, hopefully, Sachin, are you there?
But nice sharing, Vivek. Well done. I was listening to Vivek.
Yes, Vivek Prasad, yeah.
Yes, soft spoken with a depth and insight.
Sergey, I was just trying to ensure, whatever learnings I had, if I can help anyone, because, as an entrepreneur, a lot of entrepreneurs help you and you want to give it back somehow.
Yes.
That's how it is, what I've seen is your families, your friends won't help you in this journey, they'll be the naysayers.
But my suggestion or input, most startup success stories, they take a step back and probably they don't even share how did they get validation and how did they get the, let's say, Series A funding, and if you become a unicorn, getting into Series D funding. What is the journey? What did you face there? How did you overcome? This is one aspect which I have not seen many startup entrepreneurs or successful startup entrepreneurs. Even if you got a Series A funding, I'm happy with that. But I have seen that is not shared about. So, I mean, it's just my observation, my understanding.
Yeah. What I believe is stories like of Zoho's should be shared as well, because if you look at Zoho, they are very much like us. So we like to make that comparison because they had profitability from day one in mind, and they are bootstrapped. They never raised, any funding. If they raised funding, and I know people. So essentially, there are two ways. You can either go the funding route or you can go the bootstrap route. Depends on whether you want immense scale or you just want to, because with investment, when you take money from someone, also comes in, issues, with investors when your mindset doesn't match and all. So it totally depends on whether you want to grow bootstrap where you have the freedom to do what you want to do, or you want to bring in outside money. It's because it's essentially a marriage, and you both want to be on the same page. Otherwise, what happens.
Yeah, I think well said. The question is whether you go bootstrap or whether you go into unicorn status. There is a funding.
Yes, absolutely. Money is important.
And how should you choose? What should you choose? Or whatever you chose, why you chose, and why you chose not to do the other way around. I mean, one of our juniors from BITS Pilani, only a couple of days back, he became a unicorn. He got a Series D funding of $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, he's probably 20 years junior to us.
Mm-hmm.
And the thought process is like that actually into it. So it's my suggestion only that probably we should have such thought process sharing. So my suggestion, Neil, like that.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Definitely will deliberate on that. Thank you so much.
It's a much deeper topic, I would say.
Yeah.
That is necessary.
It needs a lot of.
Yeah,
I'm sure Professor Firdaus must be hearing this, and you can take it forward from there.
Right, sir. Right, Nilesh, sir. In fact, we have a session and in the second half for startup financing. There we can ask the question of what route to take for financing. It could be angel investing, it could be bootstrapping, and how to go for series funding. So those questions will be answered there. Yeah.
Yes.
Raghav, that was Professor Firdaus Solanki. He teaches in the School of Business Entrepreneurship.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So all distinguished people. I mean, it's really good. It will be a good 2-day session for everyone.
Thank you. Vasundhara, yeah, take it
Yes,
forward.
sir. Thank you, Raghav sir, Delay sir, and Vivek sir, for giving all the students some additional knowledge at every point of time. So now we will proceed our session and we will begin our next talk. Now I would like to invite our next speaker in the category of women entrepreneur, Ms. Leher Ali. I will begin with her introduction. Ms. Leher Ali is the founder and CEO of Mumbai-based startup Almari. Born and brought up in Mumbai, she did her schooling from Vibgyor High and bachelor's degree in commerce from Mitibai College. She is also an ex-member of Shamak Institute of Performing Arts, a passionate artist and a guitarist. She started her own company, Almari, at the age of 18 while pursuing her bachelor's degree. Almari is India's first premium garment storage startup. Its growing business which provides storage space and cleaning space for preserving people's occasional wear and premium garments safely and securely. She created an unorthodox business model to cater to the people in metropolitan cities and provide services to niche market. Her company has been an astounding success. Being a CEO of an emerging starter and a budding entrepreneur proves that age is just a number. She also got an opportunity to share her story at TEDx Sarabhai Park. We look forward to hearing from you, ma'am, and have a wonderful session ahead. Thank you for being with us today. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vasundhara. So I would like to introduce myself again. So my name is Leher Ali. I am 20 years old now, and I'm studying from Mitibai College, and I'm pursuing my BCom degree. So I'll just start with my journey. So I'll introduce Almari, what Almari is to you. Almari is a service where you can preserve your occasional wears and your premium outfits, and we maintain them, we take care of them, we iron, steam, everything. So basically, it's like your premium wares are safe with us and they're under maintenance. So we also deliver them to you in a ready-to-wear condition whenever you need them. So especially in a place like Mumbai, where there is a space crunch in almost every household, you really can't have a walk-in wardrobe in all houses to store all your expensive garments, right? Like all your wedding clothes, all your sherwanis, everything. Not only that, we also like store blazers, suits, everything like that. So this idea actually came up to me when I had to attend a puja at my house, and I could not find the outfit that I wanted to wear at my house. So my mom had stuffed it in some suitcase, put it under the bed, and like on top of the cupboard, all of that like that. So that was the time I thought of a service which helped not only me, I think a lot more women to maintain their outfits, because women are emotionally attached to their outfits. And I don't know if even 80% of men agree to that, but I'm sure 90% of women really, really agree to that. Because even like at your house, your wives or your sisters or your mother, they must be taking care of your clothes. They must know where they keep your sherwanis and where they keep your suits and blazers. So this is actually a problem of every household, but it is mostly known by women. So I thought of starting it up because me being a girl myself, I knew my target. I knew my audience was women and I had to target them. So I started Almari. I did research for about a year, and I did my research. I did everything, and then finally I decided to start Almari. So I was listening to the speech before. Um, I don't know. I think Mr. Vivek, and he was saying how you should, like he was talking about finances. So yeah, I would like to say that Almari, my startup, is totally bootstrapped. I did not require any funding from anybody else because my parents, my family supported me to the fullest. My father helped me finance everything. So that is one very, very, it is like a major thing in a startup, the finance. So I was very lucky to have my parents help me bootstrap this business. So everything is fine until there are difficulties in a startup. Every startup has to face some difficulties, and there are some good phases also. So in Almari, it was all nice and happy and all till the lockdown. So I don't want to go very much in my journey. I want to tell you about the opportunities I got, about the failures, not exactly failures, but the problems that I faced during the startup. So, firstly, there is always going to be a point of time where, plus, because your startup is something new, there will not be any competition at the moment, and you will be very happy about it, that oh, you're doing something new and it's great, and it's one of a kind. But there will always be somebody else who will try to start what you're starting. So that was the first thing. Even though I patented my service, I did everything, there was competition very, very soon. So in a day, we used to get 100 calls for inquiries, and we always thought that they were genuine inquiries. But then we came to know that almost 50% of them just wanted to know what your startup is. So in fact, one of the people who called us started a exactly same business in Pune, and I don't want to name it, but they not only copied the service, they got the details from a website and created their own website and a service like that. So there was a breakdown time when I felt very betrayed and very, very sad about not, the trust that I also have on the people who call me and inquire about our services. That is not exactly the same. That was the time I thought that there's always a red ocean and a blue ocean theory. I'm not sure if everybody over here is aware with that, but basically red ocean is when your startup when you know that what you're starting has competitions. The market already has competitions to it. But a blue ocean is when your startup is very new. There is no competition to it. So Almari was in a blue ocean. So you always make sure that whatever you're doing is in the blue ocean. There is obviously going to be some competitors who are going to come and make your blue ocean a red ocean, but you always have to make sure that you try adding a few more services to it to again make it into the blue ocean. So when I came to know about people copying Almari, trying to do the same thing that I'm doing, I not only started storing the garments, we also started taking care of shoes and handbags. So this is how we started reaching to a few more customers, a different kind of people, a new target segment. We had all of that together. So that is one big, big lesson I got, that you should actually just ignore everything else and you should do what you do and not care about any other competition. Because if you are being honest with yourself and doing it, they're not going to succeed, because not every startup is as easy as it looks like. At the back end, there is a lot of work that you have to do, and not everybody understands that, right? So that was one big, big issue with, like, not issue, but that was one, like, a problem faced with Almari. Then secondly, I would say the lockdown, the pandemic, it affected a lot of startups. Like that, it also affected Almari a little bit, but I was always with a positive mind, and I always thought that it will go, it just needs a little bit time. And in fact, I think the lockdown helped us so much that after the lockdown, like after the pandemic was like a little bit open, like thoda thoda aise khul raha tha lockdown, we got even more customers than before, because maybe that was a time when people were just surfing through ideas and like other companies and startups, and people started supporting small businesses. That's when my Almari also took another very big step. Then I would also like to tell you about the opportunities that you get when you're not only young, but you're also a woman entrepreneur. It's like when you're a woman entrepreneur, you get more respect, and like even now, you all have called me not just as an entrepreneur, but as a woman entrepreneur. So not only the respect, but people really look up to you. Being young, they're really interactive, and they are very happy with what you're doing, and you just are very in a very good position to carry on even more what you want to do. So that is what I want to tell you. So I don't want this to be only me giving a lecture or just telling you about my thing. So I want this to be a little more interactive session. So if y'all can ask me questions or something like that, I'll be more than happy to respond to y'all. So that it's more fun and a more two-way thing, and not just me speaking and half of the people sleeping.
Yeah, Lair. So we have a few questions from the audience. I will
Yeah,
put
sure.
down one by one.
Okay.
One question which typically comes whenever we have women entrepreneurship is we see lot less participation from women entrepreneur in Indian entrepreneurship ecosystem. There can be number of reasons. So how do you see what are the ways to empower and encourage more women entrepreneurship in India, and
I
kind of struggle that you face for being an women entrepreneur in male dominant, I believe, the industry. So go ahead.
Okay, so I think like the Indian theory is that the woman should work at home and the men should work outside of home. The men should earn and the woman should be the housewife. I think firstly that should be the thing that should change. The mindset should change. Secondly, every woman should stand up for herself and just do what she likes. Like, I personally never thought of doing business, but when I thought of this idea, I knew that it was a problem not just to me but to others also. So that is the step I took. Thirdly, I think you should be very supportive of what, if you know a woman around you and she wants to do something about, starting a business or something like that, I think you should be very supportive to it. Now, the second question I'll answer to you was, what difficulties do women face, right?
Right, right.
So it's just, there actually is no difficulty of women, like now you're telling me that there was difficulties that women used to face, but now after all this feminism and equality, I think women get the right, they get it, they get what they want. If like me, I'm a woman and I stand up for doing something, this person who is listening to me will also have that respect for me and he will let me do it. Like, in fact, me being a woman, I am praised more than I think any, if a man would start this, he would not be praised that much how I am being praised. So I think just starting something by a woman is actually more is more like an advantage for us. They are more proud when women do something.
Right.
That
True.
is what I've got.
True. So there are few questions related to your business model. Student want to
Okay.
understand that let's say in case of any damages happen to the clothes, let's say wear tear happens because there can be number of issues. So while storing and transporting, how is it handled? Who take the cost? And probably this would be more prone to customer dissatisfaction rather than cost, because clothes have a sentimental value also, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So how do you manage that? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so firstly, we make sure that all the clothes are in mint condition all year long. We make sure that there is absolutely no damage from our side. Secondly, if there is any, by chance, if anything happens to the care house or the shop, so we have insured every garment in the care house. There is an insurance policy. When you pay us the amount that you have, like there is an annual fee for around 10 garments, we charge 10,000 rupees for the entire year. That includes your insurance of every garment. So anything happens to your garment, it is always insured. You get the money back, but we make sure that there is no slight damage to it. It's always like in an air purified care house. It's in covers which are really of really good quality. There are carbon packets in every pouch. It's all, we make sure from our side there is no mistake. but God forbid there is, like if the care house just catches a fire or something like that, we make sure that the garments are also insured. Every garment in our care house is insured.
Right, right. So, second question was, I believe, so I have worked with warehouse storage business also previously, and I believe your business is also kind of high investment because you will be require large storage space, right? And
Correct.
to maintain the proper condition of the asset, you will have to take good care. So, how do you plan the funding for your business?
So when I thought of Almari, my dad was already into business. So all the finances and funding, because I was just a student and I never really knew about financing or anything like that. So my father always helped me to understand the financing. We took out a budget. It was not too much, not too less, but for being a startup, like we did not really want to expand just now, right? It's a startup. We wanted to check the market. We wanted to see what responses we get. Then we decided the funding, and now I told you, it was like a bootstrap. So our initial investment in Almari was around 60 to 80 lakhs. And we got a place also in a mall, in a not so commercially successful mall, where the rents were low. It was a good space with not more expense, you get it. And then we also, for our covers and all, we hired local women entrepreneurs who are very very good at sewing, and they worked at Mandeshi Foundation. It's a woman based foundation. So we always hired people from there, and we that's how we managed our budget. We managed our entire budget and finances. So now if you ask us, like, if we need investors, we would say not right now, but yes, for like in the future, we might actually need a very huge funding if we want to expand.
Right. Next question was, what actually drives you to become an entrepreneur? I mean, I believe your father is already into business, so
Yeah,
probably by inspiration from him, or you thought, no, I'm
correct.
into, yeah, okay. Can you just elaborate on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So, in fact, when I was small, I never ever wanted to run a business. Like, I never wanted to go in my father's business, also. I always told him that, no, I can't do business. I want to do something in arts, or I want to do something in my dance, some career in something like that. But later, when I started studying, I found my interest in economics. Then I found my interest in business. And then when this idea came up, I thought of nothing else. No, I didn't think of having some classes for business, specially anything like that. But that was the time I knew I wanted to do this. That one point where it hits you and it just says that, you know, it comes from within, that you want to do this. That is what made me become an entrepreneur. The journey made me even become stronger and even more, happy about what I'm doing. It made me proud of what I'm actually doing, because I never thought of doing this, and when I'm doing it right now, I'm very happy about it. So my journey actually pushes me forward to become an even more better entrepreneur, not just for myself, but for my customers also.
No, I believe that's really wonderful that you are also helping other women also to become self motivated and dependent and work on their own.
Hmm.
Next question was, how this entrepreneurship has. So I asked this question to every entrepreneur because I believe entrepreneurship takes a lot of toll on your personal life,
Yeah.
because 9 to 5 job is, I mean, you are not answerable to output. You get a fixed
Yeah.
salary. It's a very low risk, and whatever risk takes, it's from employer side. While being an entrepreneur, you are free to take your own decision, but then at the same time, all the risk is for you only. And so if something
Correct.
goes wrong, and if you are not motivated enough, then your venture may not succeed. So how this running a startup like Almari has affected your personal life?
So it did affect my personal life. I was a person to always, not take anything very seriously. I was always hanging out with my friends or I was just spend hours painting and dancing, everything like that. So this affected my personal life in a way that I stopped my curricular activities. Suspended all my dance classes. I stopped painting. I did all of that, but I think that was just the beginning. When I started employing people, the first few months was just training them. Then suddenly, like, obviously I was in college and all, so that did not affect it a lot because my college always was till 11 o'clock, and then I always used to come to office. So I kind of tried to balance things out. I used to be in the office from 11 to 6, and then I would do whatever I want. So I always gave myself time and space for my personal life. It was not always just into the business. I knew that I had to give it some time and I had to differentiate between the two. So that's how I made a timetable. I made everything. I started to give myself a personal time and my business time.
Right. Now, it's very difficult to manage the motivation during the entrepreneurial journey, because I believe it's a long path where you start somewhere and then your idea changes frequently. As you told, competition may catch up with you, and then your
Yeah.
blue ocean will become red ocean. People will copy your idea, and then need to continuously innovate. So, how
Yeah.
do you find the motivation to do that? Because after some point of time, I believe entrepreneurial journey will become slightly boring, where you are doing day in day out the same kind of task, right? That first kick which you get while generating idea and implementing, that actually fiddle out eventually, because you are doing the day in day out routine activity, right? So how do you manage the
Yes.
motivation for that?
I still have the motivation of doing what I do because when you do what you love, I don't think you'll ever get bored of it. You never ever get bored of something that you love doing. And I think everybody will agree to that. Somebody must love playing football. I don't think he will ever get bored of playing football. So I learned that this is what I love doing. I love running a business. I love interacting with my customers. I love having this, you know, that entrepreneurship vibe in me. So I don't think I will ever get bored of it. And then when you start something, you always have some different things to it. Like you make a map, if you connect some dots and you know what to add when. So I think you should always do that. So you're always adding something new. So you will never get bored of it. Plus, I always believe that, as I said, if you love doing this, you aren't going to get bored of this.
So can you just just to know that, Vivek has also mentioned, previous speaker Vivek has also mentioned that they work crazy hours,
Yeah.
because everything is up to your only responsibility. Being a founder, you need to become marketing guy, you need to become sales guy, you need to become finance, you need to become legal. So what kind of typical day in the life of Rahel Ali, if I say a typical day in the life of Lair?
Okay, so I am very, very blessed for this. My dad is into marketing, my mom is into sales. So my father has always helped me when it comes to marketing, and my mother has always helped me when it comes to sale. So it's a group of us three, and we're in the office, we're discussing things, and we interact with each other and we share in ideas. So there is not a lot of time spending because I'm not new to it, because I already have my closest people who are in that, you know, in that line. My father is into marketing since a very long time and creating and digital media and all of that. And my mom has always been into sales. So that's how I'm lucky enough to have people who are supporting me with their knowledge and what their experience. So I'm just learning through them, and my parents have helped me a lot through this. So knowing that I have colleges to attend, and obviously at being 20, I have my social life also. They have been very supportive, and in fact, a few of my family friends, they also are very, very happy that I'm doing, and they're very proud of me also. So they also make sure that they're giving me all the knowledge that I need to know, and they help me throughout. They've helped me throughout the journey.
Okay. I also believe that in family run business, because we have a lot of students who are coming from family owned businesses, and they want to go back to their own business.
Hmm.
They complain that they have a lot of friction between generation, I believe, because your parents are from different generation, you are from different generation, and then you want to explain them that I want to pursue this idea, but they'll say no, it's very risky, and they, I mean, typically they don't want to reinvent and reinnovate and invest into something which they are not aware. So how did you manage to make a balance between their maturity and their understanding and your aspiration? Because I believe your mother and father both are um, kind of helping you in your marketing and sales and finance, I think so. How do you manage that balance?
Actually, that balance was created from them from the childhood. They made sure that there was no such generation gap between us. They have always been supportive, and they're not just like my parents, they're like my best friends. And I've always treated them also like that. We have understood each other always, and they not only just try to understand me, they also make sure that they're helping me out to do what I do. So it was not a very big task to actually make them understand my business. They have always been like, you want to do that, you do it. We'll always be there to support you. So that is a very big plus point in my journey, that I have got parents who have been supportive throughout my life. And when I needed them the most, they were actually there. When I wanted to start something on my own, they've actually been there, and I'm very happy for it. So it was not a very big task for me to go to them and try to explain them anything. They understood it themselves and they helped me out.
Right. um, now some questions are coming from students regarding what kind of skills to look for in entrepreneurship. So as per you, if someone if someone want to start a business and they are from college and university undergrad, what kind
Hmm.
of skills they should require to make sure that they don't make mistakes which what typically entrepreneur do, and their chances of success become high? So five, 4 5 skills that you think are really important to become a successful entrepreneur as per you.
Okay, I think that you have to be very, very positive about what you do. You should never have a negative feeling or a negative thought about what you do. Secondly, you should be punctual. If you're not punctual in your own business, I'm telling you, your staff will also never be like that. You cannot have a good team when you're not punctual yourself. Uh, what I don't think, and there is some specific skills that you need. Obviously, like, I am a young entrepreneur, my thoughts are going to be different than the entrepreneurs who are, as you said, there's going to be a generation gap. So what I feel is, when you want to do it, you should do it. There is no skills needed for it. Like, when I started it, I did not have any specific skills that was a barrier for to start a business, right? I did it what I wanted to do. Only, yeah, right. Like, you have to be positive. You cannot have a negative mind and thinking that, oh, what if this does not happen? You have to always be positive, and you should make sure that what you're doing is actually what you love doing. So there is no really skill required to be an entrepreneur. I think everybody who likes to do business can be an entrepreneur. It should just be from within yourself, that yes, I want to do it and I can do it. That is all.
Right, right. So what are your future plans? I mean, you want to expand into any other category, or you want to have your own brand of private label brand of clothes? I mean, you have uh,
I don't get it. My private label.
next, so next 1 year 3 year plan, have you I mean, in which category you want to enter? You will expand the same business almari, you will enter new category or new product you will introduce, or you will create some new diversified kind of business idea?
So I want to focus on one startup right now. I want to expand Almari to, like, pan India. In fact, I also expanded to Delhi, but because of
Okay.
the lockdown, we had to like temporarily shut down the Delhi business, because obviously it was a very bad phase for startups.
Right, right, right.
We had to temporarily shut down Delhi, but now I'm kind of focusing only on Mumbai, because now again there's a lockdown in Mumbai and all the offices are shut again, our malls are shut, you can't go work. So I want to, like, firstly I want to put Mumbai to a full speed race, that it should be 100%, I should be 100% happy with what I'm doing in Mumbai. Then I want to expand Almari only pan India. And when I do that, and I just don't want to expand it myself, I want some franchisees for it
Franchising
too.
model. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So there will be a franchisee model when I expand. But obviously, like the main cities like Bombay, Delhi, all of that, I want it to be my own.
Right.
And
So
the other ones should be the franchisee modules.
right. So metros, you want to keep hold on that because
Correct.
that will give you a lot of visibility and a brand. And
Yes.
then tier 1, tier 2, like Vadodara. Or I think you are getting a lot of requests from Ahmedabad and Surat
Yeah,
also,
I'm
right?
getting a lot. There was a franchisee talk going on for Surat actually.
Right, right. And I believe
Yeah.
Surat is a big textile market, so there are a lot of
Yes,
customers who
correct.
will be really interested. Yeah. I think we have covered almost all questions from audience.
Okay.
Over to you, Vasundhara. Thank you. Over to you, Vasundhara.
Thank you so much, Firdaus sir and Leher ma'am, for this amazing session of question and answer. I'm sure all of us have learned a lot from this. From your journey, Leher ma'am, we have learned that innovation can start from anywhere. Like you initially explained that it was a puja and the idea just clicked in your mind that this can be a startup. So we can say that in the middle of difficulty lies the opportunity for your enterprise, and you also showcase that how you are expanding and entering into the new segments and services and still innovating and continuously striving for a better achievement or better things. So it is very good to know that from you, and we all have learned to innovate and be in the blue ocean always on that side. Apart from that, yes, definitely the important that thing that we have seen here is age is definitely just a number, and uh, we can start so thank you so much, ma'am. We will keep in mind the positivity and punctuality part also.
Yes.
Thank you, all of you. And ma'am, it was really pleasure listening from you. And thank you for being a part as a women entrepreneur.
Thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much, Vasundhara, and thank you so much, ma'am, for taking out the time to be here. Now,
Thank you.
moving ahead, I would like to call upon my fellow junior from first year MBA, Ms. Sakshi, to introduce our third speaker, Mr. Pratik Patel. Over to you, Sakshi.
Yes, good morning to everyone present here. So our third keynote speaker today is Mr. Pratik Patel, who has studied at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and specialized in the field of internal control and risk management based on Baroda, Gujarat. He recently turned entrepreneur and started a company called Shrishti Life Science Private Limited, having an eco-friendly and healthy beverage with a brand name Herbal H2O. Mr. Pratik Patel is a has product revolutionary and creating a new segment in the beverage market to provide an economical alternative to single-use plastic bottled products. Mr. Patel has worked with Sharp and Tenants Associates for over 4 years, and he has also been a team leader in the field of strategy formation and compliance in charge of pharmaceuticals and auto auxiliary sector. He has been awarded as a child scientist in the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, during his schooling. So, a very warm welcome to you, Pratik sir, and
Thank
over
you.
to you.
Yeah, hello everyone. So the topic on which I am going to share my views with you today is the sustainable entrepreneurship. See, sustainable entrepreneurship is all about the health of the life in the earth. So business is something which is primarily known for profit generation or wealth creation only. But so far, we did this practice since long, and now we are seeing some adverse impact of only focusing on the profit. Like there are floods, there are tsunamis. All these things are happening because we are exploiting Mother Nature in exponential way, and we are not taking any steps as a remedy to cure for the environment. So there is a need of our to do some to take some steps to take care of the mother nature. Vasundhara, can you help me with the screen share?
Yes, sir.
Sure, sir. I have given you the rights. You can share the screen.
My screen is visible?
Yes.
Yeah. So see, sustainable entrepreneurship is not a new concept, but it is getting traction in recent years. So what if I ask you, did you got good air to breathe today? Or did you got clean water to drink today? Or you got uncontaminated food to eat? Or did you get good climate to feel the life inside your body today? You will feel that these questions are like crazy. It is not a common thing, but this will be the trend in next 10 or 15 years if we don't take any step to cure the environment today. Do you know 9 out of 10 people died because of breathing polluted air? 1 out of 3 people don't have the access of safe drinking water on earth. So climate change is something which we cannot ignore, and even the governments and many organizations are taking steps for this. Like Paris Agreement is the best example, but the execution is the problem, that there is no execution at a greater scale. So what our point is that new startups or the new students who just completed their educations activities, they have to think about the environment. They have to environmental benefits with the business profit, something good for the environment. What is happening today? You might encounter with the garbage and the muddy air. So there are some air pollution problem. There are contamination. So these things are definitely affecting the life. So what is happening today is you might see the headlines in the newspaper that due to plastic, there is a drainage choke and that will create an artificial flood. There is a microplastic contamination of beverage which is packed in a plastic bottle. These are the problem which is opening the door for entrepreneurs to enter in a vertical of sustainable entrepreneurship, because these problems are directly impacting the quality of life on the earth. This problem is having a great revenue potentials. If you are making life easy, you will definitely fetch a good amount of brand as well as good amount of profit. So let's see what is sustainable entrepreneurship. It is not a rocket science. Sustainable entrepreneurship is just doing things correctly, how it has to be done. So, like if we we see in a terminological manner, it is an innovative behavior which is solving social problem in a way without impacting the mother nature or without creating any harm to anyone, whether it is living organism or it is a material substance. It's a very easy process actually. Normally, the tendency of economics or the management was previously that if you go sustainable, you will have to face a huge cost and your profit will be reduced. But no, today with the application of IoT kind of things or more application of mind towards the creativity and innovation, we can generate more profit we first identify the social problem which is impacting the life on the earth in this way, and then we analyze the current practices, how we are doing. We are finding the root cause, that what needs to be corrected, so that we can strategize our moves and we innovate the process with a zero impact alternative. The most importantly, cost is very important thing. So for doing social entrepreneurship, you must be much conscious about your own profit, because If you don't survive, you can't do social work. So profit is equally important in social entities also, or social entrepreneurships also, or even NGOs also, because if NGO don't get money, they will not be able to survive and serve. So let's see, this was just a brief introduction of social entrepreneurship. Let's see it with an example. This will clear the air in a good way. Social issues, one of the social issues which is largely in motion today is air pollution. So let's see how to be a social entrepreneur. Identify the problem. What is the problem? So air pollution results in the respiratory illness in the living organism, including human and animals in the earth. So we should go to the cause. What is the cause of air pollution? So the cause is lignite. Now how to create a social entrepreneurship with this? So because there is identification of cause, we should search for the alternate of that cause. So instead of using coal, which is being used for firing the boiler, we can use the agricultural waste, which is all the way ideally being burned at the field and creating air pollution. So there are duplicacy of things, and we can combine those things and create a synergy. Like if someone in Vadodara having a boiler and using 10 kg of coal per day, this coal can be replaced by a farm waste of a farmer who is burning his farm residue in some rural area of Vadodara. So there is a one side in farm there is a waste of energy, and on the other side there is a need of energy. So this kind of innovation or this kind of application of alternate things can fetch you to the social entrepreneurships, and it's a big market. See, what I just explained about the farm waste is having 400 millions USD business in India this year. So it's not like that if you are doing social entrepreneurship, you can't be a billionaire. What we believe, the next era will be of social entrepreneurs of only. If you have heard about that, Elon Musk has announced $100 billion award for a person who can capture the carbon from the atmosphere. So this is the seriousness of environment and sustainability. So I believe that students must have to think on this specter, and they have to explore this area in order to achieve their financial goals also. So let's come to the example which is related to our organization and our business. It is plastic pollution. See, every one of you must have been using plastic since long. So what are the issues associated with plastic? Is it good or is it bad? As a layman, no one can understand is it good or bad. We are just getting our water, our beverage, our cold drink in a plastic bottle. So how this bottle is harmful or how this bottle is bad? So there are some health related issues and some environmental issues with these bottles. Microplastic contamination is contaminating the product like water or the beverage. And after use of bottle, we are just throwing it simply in a dustbin. Then it is going to the landfill. And at the landfill, it takes 400 to 800 years to degrade itself. And after that also, it is degrading in a toxic way and affecting the fertility of the land in an adverse way. So do you think that it is good to use plastic bottle? But when we say that you should not use plastic bottle, what is the alternate? Here social entrepreneurship arise. What is the alternate? So if everyone is going with the plastic bottle and you have some economically and operationally viable alternate of single-use plastic bottle, see what your wealth will be in next 20 years. So let's see what we are doing. We identify the root cause, that what is the problem with plastic. So plastic is a substance of single use. You cannot reuse it for the food packaging because of leaching and microplastic contamination. And secondly, its life cycle is the issue. If we will throw it, it will take 400 to 800 years to degrade and then degrading in a toxic substance. So this two specific problem we need to solve. We don't need to solve the problem of plastic bottle. We need to solve the problem of single use and problem of life cycle of packaging. What our solution is glass bottling. In a layman language, nobody can accept glass glass bottle as compared to plastic, because there is a 300% price difference in a packaging material. Plastic bottle may cost you at a 3 rupees empty bottle, but glass bottle will cost you approximately 20 rupees. Here the entrepreneur skills will help you to come out of the limitations. We used to do reuse of glass bottle. Now again, reuse is a matter of heavy reverse logistics. We decentralized our production. So by this means we are reducing 100% logistics. We are currently a logistic free company. So there is no carbon emissions by the means of logistics. There is no toxic waste generations by means of packaging. And at the same time, it is fetching us revenue more than what we were getting from the plastic bottles. So the moral of the story is that you just have to innovate the thought process in order to create something which can substitute the fossil things or toxic things. In a way, becoming eco-friendly is a very huge market, because currently there is an opportunity where you can develop your own monopolies. In already established area, it is very tough to create a monopoly. You cannot be next Reliance, you cannot be next Adani. You have to run in a different direction. So what is that different direction? This is the different directions where people's or consumers emotions are attached. Any sustainable product can grow faster because emotions of the consumer is attached to it. Currently, as government is spending too much to the campaign of Swachh Bharat, United Nations is educating people in a greater or a mass scale about the environment. As soon as you come with a product which is eco-friendly or which is actually benefiting the society, your marketing expenditure will be substantially reduced to 20 to 30% as compared to the existing practices. So here the point is that solving social problems will fetch you a huge branding and huge wealth in next 10 to 15 years. So how we are doing it? So our project is for drinking water. Now let's understand what drinking water is. What we believe, if you are investing 10 seconds of your life to drink the water, why are you only quenching your thirst? Utilize that 10 seconds in much more efficient way. We add some natural botanical extracts in the water so that every time you are having a sip of the water, you are getting some additional medicinal values inside your body without any additional habit or efforts. So this is one way of utilizing the existing product in a better way. So when you are charging 20 rupee per liter for a water, by spending 10-20 paisa more, you can make this product value added. Why can't you do that? So this is something where entrepreneurs roles comes in to dig the mind and be creative and innovative to create a synergy or a leverage. Now, this was the story of the product. A part of it, let's come to the packaging. When we say we are quenching thirst sustainably and efficiently, so sustainability is all about packaging and efficiency is all about product. So if I sell you the product in a plastic bottle, I am getting roughly, say for example, 1 or 2 rupees per bottle. But by selling you the product in a glass bottle, at the same price, I am getting exactly double amount, 2 to 4 rupees. Why? Because of limitations of glass bottles, we innovated the decentralized production system. We innovated point of use inventory, and all these things are reducing our logistics cost, inventory holding cost, production cost, processing cost, and by the way of reducing cost, we are getting more profits. So in the era of COVID, it is very difficult for someone to reduce the cost because costs are skyrocketing. China has restricted the shipments, increased the price, anti-dumping duty from our own nation. So there is no scope of cost reduction, but by the means of process innovation, you can reduce your cost substantially. And at the same time, you can get the branding impact also, a good branding impact in the consumer's mind. So how you can be a sustainable entrepreneur, or how can you work in this field? So let's see our own example, how we started. We firstly identified the problem. What is the problem? So quenching thirst from single-use plastic bottled water was bringing guilt to the consumer. Like, I don't want to harm the environment, but still I don't have any choice. I must have to buy the plastic bottled water if I need water, because there is nothing in the market. So this is a quick point which creates an idea that there is a demand but no supply. So obviously, if there is no supply, there are some valid reasons which we seriously and cautiously need to explore. We studied the whole supply chain of bottled water industry, and we found that bottled water industry is not bringing any innovation since last 30-40 years. Before 30 years, there was a one plastic bottle. Today also there is one plastic bottle. There is no innovation in the product as well as in the packaging. And at the same time, this packaging is impacting the environment adversely. We completely think with other direction, that why there is a need of factory when you have the water in every building or every place. You just have to start that source. Like if you have a government water supply, if you have a groundwater source, you just have to purify that water and fill your own water. So we innovated a system which empower the user to purify their own water, to enhance their own water with the help of the hubs, and to pack their own water in their own glass bottle, and to reuse that glass bottle again after sterilization in that very own system. So by these means, say for example, if we take example of any resorts of Mahindra, currently they are by previously they were buying huge cost associated with that product. But in our case, we installed a portable glass bottling machine at the Mahindra resort. So they are bottling their own bottles, and after the use of the bottle, they are sterilizing the bottle. It's not going to the dustbin or the dumping yard. And they are again reusing the same bottle. So by this means, we reduce substantial cost of logistics and substantial cost of the packaging garbage. So this makes the product much more
Uh, I think we have lost him.
Yeah, I think he is
Yeah, he's
disconnected.
back.
Yeah.
He's back.
Okay.
Sir, Pratik, sir?
yeah, sorry for the inconvenience. There was some network issue.
No
No
problem,
problem.
sir.
No problem.
Please continue, sir.
Yeah, give me just a second to reconnect the presentation.
Yes, sir, it's visible. You're
Okay,
already
fine.
sharing it.
So we at the Mahindra's resort, we installed this small water purification and bottling machine. By this means, do you know what cost they are saving? Previously, this 1 liter bottle cost to them 11 rupees, and now and at the same time, they are not generating any waste. Every 1 liter bottle is generating 20 grams of plastic waste and 300 grams of carbon footprint. So you can estimate how much carbon footprint and plastic waste per day we are generating in our nation. And do you think that without plastic bottle we can't survive, or do you think that we must need the plastic bottle? It's a very small thing. We don't care. Like if we go to the market and we feel like having a water, and we without any single thought we bought a plastic bottled water. Did we explore any alternate yet? No. So there is a market. How you should how be vigilant about it. It's not like you just got a social problem and you jump in the market. You have to be very cautious, because you are fighting with the well established player of the market. We are going in the opposite wind direction. So you have to be very vigilant and very accurate on your calculations, your strategy, your planning, your estimations. So this is the metrics which we are following. We are first condition that we cause, why, and we establish the criteria that what should be the ideal criteria, and then the recommendation, what we should do. So the example I just gave you, let's fit that example on this criteria so that you can fit your own example in this criteria. What was the condition in previous example? That consumer are bound to use the single-use plastic bottled water and pay 10x more price for single-use bottled water. The cost of water is not more than 1 rupee and you are paying 20 rupee for a liter. Single-use plastic bottles are impacting environment as well as health adversely and creating carbon footprint. Still, consumers are bound to go with that kind of product only. So that is the condition. Now, what is the cause of this condition? The cause is no businessman has innovated anything to make this whole process eco-friendly or sustainable. And why people are not moving to the glass bottle? Because there is a bottle cost issue. So you must have, so to solve this cost issue, you must have to have some system with your product to reduce the cost, and that is the reuse of the product. Second, in case of reuse, there will be huge issue of hygiene. I am using this bottle. The very next day, someone else will use this bottle, and the very next day, someone else will use the bottle. So, what is the guarantee of hygiene? So, we developed that mechanism, and that is first in the world and is under patent. That each and every bottle will be coded with the blockchain concept, and you will get the exact live information of sterilization, hygiene, processing, and packaging on the label of the bottle. So you will not be left with a confusion that this bottle was previously sterilized or not. You will get the exact timing and exact process related confirmations on the label of the bottle. And at the same time, this bottle will save you from getting microplastic contaminated water. So this is the criteria. And our recommendation is to go with the circular economy motion. You should not do something which goes to the garbage. Design a product which is fit in a circular economy. There are two types of economy. One is linear economy, where you produce, use, and discard. The circular economy is produce, use, and reuse again and again. So this circular economy is not only a social thing, but it is a very big impact with your economic profit also. Every time spending on the bottle, you don't need, you just have to buy once a year inventory. So there is zero inventory holding cost for you as compared to the plastic bottle. So this is the 4 checks which any entrepreneur or budding entrepreneur should check before entering into the sustainable entrepreneurship. So now this kind of recognitions you can get, like as soon as we launched our product, we got very first order from the Statue of Unity. So do you feel that Statue of Unity is such a big place? To get that order, you need to have a huge experience in the market. You must have to have a huge portfolio or the brand in the market. We just launched 2 years back and we got this order. So this is the power of sustainable entrepreneurship, that this can make possible the impossible. If you think that you just start a business and you can't grow till first 3 years or first 4 years, or you need huge amount of branding, or you need huge amount of knowledge resources or human resources, experienced team to market your product. No, if your product is really a sustainable product, or you are really a sustainable entrepreneur, you can do things like this, because you just have to demonstrate only once about the good effect of your product on the environment. Then things will automatically move in such a era where everyone is bound with the Paris Agreement, and United Nations and UNICEF are working so proactively. And even fortunately, our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has committed to eliminate the single-use plastic from our nation. So this is the right time, I believe, for the entrepreneurs to be on the platform of sustainable entrepreneurs. So we are open for the questions now.
Yeah, Pratik. So there are a few questions from the student.
Yeah.
Number one question was, when you start typical business of entrepreneurship, you can directly if it finds some traction, you can directly go to funding requirement, right? Angel investor
Right.
and series A funding you can easily get from the market, because venture capital and all are looking for profit. But then when you are working on sustainable business model,
Right.
it is it easier or is it harder to go for angel investor or venture capital funding? Is it any difference
See,
between normal business and sustainable business to get funding? Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, there is a huge difference. You don't need to look for the engine investor or the private equity. There are a scheme called Startup India scheme, and there is a provision of seed funding. If you have any very good idea, you can get seed funding up to 30 lakhs just to inculcate that idea into a business and for a prototype of your business. So for sustainable entrepreneurship, this is the biggest benefit, that you don't need to bother about the investor. You don't have to do a bootstrapping. You just simply reach to the government through Startup India websites. You explain your idea in a described formats, and in a very short time span, you can get 30 lakhs of rupees to just develop your thought process in a business idea.
Right. Second question was I think a lot of my student has had in the past presented this to me. I think you know that some of the students has contacted you for capturing your entrepreneurial journey, right? I teach
Right.
entrepreneurship management subject here, and I make sure that they talk to a real entrepreneur, and some of them has presented your case also, and they have
Right.
brought some real one entire cart of your bottles and then distributed, and then we tried the product. It was really
Right.
good. I'm talking about
Thank you.
2018, I think.
Right.
How did you from that moment onwards, how is your journey? I mean, what are your plans for expanding? You want to go across India? You want to tie up, as you have tie up with Mahindra partners, or you want to have a franchisee model? What kind of expansion you are looking at in the
Yeah,
future?
this is a very interesting questions, because in FMCG segment, the most important thing is expansion. Because if you can't expand in a time frame, that you will be off the market. So
Right.
currently, we are already having presence all over the map in the India. Like if you visit Tirupati Tirumala Mandir, you will find our product exclusively over there, just because we are the only brand in India who is having circular economy. So apart of it, we do have franchisee model, and I will always recommend any budding entrepreneur to go with the franchisee based model only, because these things will do two positive impact on the business. One is there will be a distribution of cost pumping. Like if you have any franchisee model, so your franchisee taker will invest for the that particular geographical business, so you don't need to concern about investment, so you can grow faster. And the second is, if you connect more people, there will be more synergy to your product. So if I am based in Gujarat and I have some thought process which is based on Gujarat, and I want to do business in southern part of India, I must have to have the franchisee owner of southern part of India, so that he can think like the people of that particular geographical location. So of course, we do have franchisee model in India as well as out of India also. Very soon we are launching our product in some part of Mauritius and Madagascar. So definitely we are only going with the franchising model.
Oh, nice. I mean, I believe that international market will have a lot of takers for sustainability, because developed countries know more and value more about more about sustainability rather than developing country, because they are struggling with cost, whereas their cost is not a factor, but carbon footprint is more of a awareness, right? In developed
Absolutely.
countries. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next question was, what kind of what kind of hurdles specifically that you have faced during this venture? Because I believe selling a bottling plant, plastic based bottling plant, will give you immediate loan from bank, and then you can start a business. It's straightforward market, whereas you need to convince a lot of people to try this, right? So how did you convince customer to try it first? Because cost is high, I believe many people will say that why I should keep bottling machine at my location, because then someone need to operate it, and there you get just ready-made bottling which available from plastic. So how did you convince the customer?
Correct. So there are lots of tricky things we did to make it happen. Like there are some government's policies and instructions which one must have to follow, but there is lack of compliance due to XYZ reasons from government. So we encased that circulars, you can say, or that rules to demonstrate our product at 3 or 4 locations. And once we demonstrated, our things is over, because after installations, installing this machine, the product cost substantially reduced to 30%. So there is a gap, means a profit increment of 70% for any businessman. So there was just a need to show the example at 4 or 5 different kind of places that we did by using our own money. We installed our machine for free for limited period of time, and we got the feedback of the consumer or the user, like resorts and hotels, in two kind of areas. Like one, operational parameters, and second is financial parameters. So once when some of the resorts or some of the hotels certified that by using this machine in a very short period we saved X amount of money as compared to plastic bottle, or secondly, operating this machine is not a big challenge, as it is already equipped with the artificial intelligence and IoT based controls. So this two credentials helped us to get the bigger market. But of course, to get these two credentials, we spend some money from our own pocket, and we demonstrated our machine for free of cost at some locations.
Right, right. So I think you must have, yeah. So that grant money that you must have received from Startup India would have helped you out, right, for initially
Correct.
managing the finance. Yeah.
Absolutely true.
Okay, okay. I think we have covered question, Pratik. I mean, your PPT was self-explanatory, and there were a lot of questions, but you have already covered in that flow. So there were all questions from student. I would request Sakshi to take over.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Pratik. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Pratik sir, for sharing your in-depth knowledge about the topic and all the basic points, all the key points that you have mentioned about sustainable entrepreneurship, that all the benefits you have mentioned, all the process you have mentioned as an individual or as an entrepreneur, what all points you have to keep in mind, while starting a venture. So thank you so much, sir. And I believe that all the participants that are with us who want to start their venture sooner or later would have understood all the pros and cons about it, because as an entrepreneur you can't ignore the climate conditions, or the you have to take care about your environment as well. So thinking on this topic was a great session hearing from you, and thank you sir, it was truly a great one.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here.
Thank you.
So moving forward, thank you so much, sir, for taking out the time to be with us. And with this, I would like to announce a lunch break and we will get back again here virtually at 1:30. And thank you everyone for joining. And let's come back together at 1:30 for the panel discussion ahead.
So Neil, once the panel members join, will you be able to make them also co-host? Because every time when they answer, it will not be possible for us to mute and unmute them, right?
Yes, sir.
So
Sir, I will
just
be able to do that, but I have to remove the other co-host. So will it be
how
okay?
many co-hosts are possible? Can we just try?
Sure, sir.
As of now, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
Yes.
सर उन्हें परमानेंटली अनम्यूट कर सकते हैं ना?
फिर उनके एंड पे कोई
अच्छा, डिस्टरबेंस
डिस्टर्बेंस हो
नहीं
तो
सर
फिर
आप
प्रॉब्लम
मुझे को-होस्ट से हटा सकते हैं क्योंकि मुझे सिर्फ स्टार्टिंग में पैनल इंट्रोडक्शन और दो स्पीकर का इंट्रोडक्शन देना है, उसके बाद कुछ नहीं बोलना है। तो
बट एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं, अगर मैक्सिमम 10 या 15 पॉसिबल है तो बना देते हैं।
ठीक है
6
सर।
5 ही मेंबर है ना?
हाँ सर, तो
हाँ,
मैं सर धवल और ध्रुव
धवल
को ट्राई करूँ।
हाँ एक बार ट्राई करो,
ट्राई
इसको होस्ट बनाने का।
सर हम बना पा रहे हैं,
बना पा रहे हैं ना? धवल,
होस्ट है
ध्रुव को एक बार बना के देख लो। ध्रुव, धवल, मतलब 5 और लोगों को ट्राई करके देख लो।
सर, हो रहा
हो रहा है ना? हाँ तो बस ठीक है, तो फिर उनको पाँचों 5 को होस्ट बना देना, ठीक है ना?
नेहा मैम को ट्राई करूँ।
हाँ नेहा मैम को ट्राई करो। क्या
नेहा मैम में भी हो गया।
हो गया ना? बस तो ठीक है, फिर उन 5 को होस्ट ही बना देना, सो दैट दे कैन म्यूट देमसेल्व्स, है ना?
ठीक है सर, मैं बाकी सब में से ऐसा होगा तो ले लूंगा राइट्स। अब जो है
ओके
सर दर्शन सर और स्वाति मैम से बात हो गई है, वो आ जाएंगे 5 मिनट में।
ओके
और मैं सचिन सर से शौनक सर का पूछ लेती हूँ।
ओके ओके। सो उनका इंट्रो कौन देने वाला है?
सर मैं और वसुंधरा और मैं देना।
ओके ओके ठीक है, परफेक्ट। देन आई विल स्टार्ट विद द क्वेश्चन एंड
उनके इंट्रो के बाद सर आपका थोड़ा सा दे देंगे, फिर आप शुरू कर दीजिए।
या ठीक है नो प्रॉब्लम।
सर आप अपना वीडियो ऑन एक बार करके चेक कर लीजिए।
मेरा वीडियो?
यस सर।
या बैकग्राउंड चेंज कर देता हूँ, रुको।
हाँ
तो थोड़ी ब्लर्ड है इमेज।
सॉलिड कलर वीडियो बैकग्राउंड, एक मिनट। 1 सेकेंड। अब पता नहीं ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है। चल जाएगा लेकिन आई थिंक ठीक है।
आपने बैकग्राउंड चेंज किया है सर?
हाँ बैकग्राउंड चेंज किया। बैकग्राउंड चेंज कर रहा हूँ, रुको एक मिनट। नन करूँ तो भी वैसे ही आता है, नन करूँ तो भी।
नहीं सर, एक ही पार्ट हो रहा है एक्चुअली, साइड एक स्क्वायर पार्ट हो रहा है चेंज, इट्स नॉट चेंजिंग द एंटायर थिंग।
हाँ वो भी हो रहा है, पता नहीं।
कोई इश्यूज नहीं है सर, जैसे ही वो लोग स्टार्ट होंगे तो मैं सबको स्पॉटलाइट दे दूंगा।
ठीक है। मिरर मांग रही है। लेट इट बी दैट वे, चलेगा।
यस
Welcome, Swati ma'am. Neil, could you unmute her, please?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, ma'am. We're waiting for the other panelists to join. We'll commence the session in few minutes.
Yeah, no issues.
Welcome, Swati ma'am.
Thank you.
Neil, could you unmute her, please?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, ma'am. We're waiting for the other panelists to join. We'll commence the session in few minutes.
Yeah, no issues.
Welcome, Swati ma'am.
Thank you.
Neil, could you unmute her, please?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, ma'am. We're waiting for the other panelists to join. We'll commence the session in few minutes.
Yeah, no issues.
Welcome, Swati ma'am.
Thank you.
So Swati ma'am, we will start at 2. I'll be the host for the panel discussion, and I have already forwarded a few questions for the sake of understanding that what kind of discussion we are going to have. Just to give a quick overview, we want to understand what kind of how you got the idea, and then what was the motivating factor behind going into entrepreneurship. Because idea, a lot of people have lot many ideas, but not many take a plunge and enter into entrepreneurship journey. So what has actually motivated you for that? And then what kind of struggle? Normally entrepreneurship is very, hello, one second. How you got the idea,
Hello.
and then what was the motivating factor behind going into entrepreneurship? Because idea, a lot of people have lot many ideas, but not many take a plunge and enter into entrepreneurship journey. So what has actually motivated you for that? And then what kind of struggle? Normally entrepreneurship is very, hello.
Yes.
So there is a gap between Dinesh sir, there is a gap and echo is happening at
Yeah.
Swati ma'am's end. Yeah, can you just check, Dinesh sir? Got the idea, and then what was the motivating factor behind going into entrepreneurship? Because idea, a lot of people have lot many ideas, but not many take a plunge and. Yeah, Dinesh sir, there is some echo happening at Swati ma'am's end.
Ma'am, you are using your microphone of your laptop, or it's a separate the
Speaker.
wire connected? You.
There is a speaker sound actually. Somewhere there is a speaker is on.
Yeah, that's what it. Hello, Swati ma'am, your microphone is not connected. Huh? Swati ma'am, your microphone is not connected. Yeah. Firdaus sir, can you speak to her on phone because her microphone is not connected?
Yeah.
Hello, Swati ma'am, if you are able to hear us, yeah, now your microphone is connected. Just hold on. Yeah, can you just check, ma'am? Can you speak to her on phone because her microphone is not connected?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear, ma'am, but what's happening that our sound is reaching to you and through your speaker is again coming back to us.
Okay.
Okay, let me understand. Okay, so I wanted to know whether you are using the default
Now your
microphone and speaker, or it's like you have connected some device with your computer.
No device has been connected.
Can you just check, ma'am? Can you speak to her on phone because her microphone is not connected?
Hello. Can I
Yes, we
rejoin
can
the
hear,
session?
ma'am, but what's happening that our sound is reaching to you and through your speaker is again coming back to us. Ma'am, by any chance, there is YouTube on your computer? YouTube or something? So I wanted to know whether you are using the default
Now your
microphone and speaker, or it's like you have connected some device with your computer. फिर सर वो जो YouTube का ना जो YouTube का साउंड कब वापस आ रहा है ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है.
No, I think she may not have opened the YouTube link. I think.
Because इतना लैग like participant के बीच में इतना लैग नहीं होता है.
हाँ, exactly.
3-4 सेकंड का लैग है जो नॉर्मली YouTube का फीचर है. Like YouTube पे सब ऑब्जर्व किया जाता है.
Okay. So she may नहीं, but फिर ये मीटिंग में और YouTube में दोनों जगह रहने की तो I don't know. I'll need to talk to her. Yeah. एक बार rejoin करने दो ना, फिर चेक कर लेते हैं.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dinesh, बाकी के जो पैनल मेंबर है ना, we'll also make them co-host so that they don't need to unmute and mute repetitively, right?
ठीक है. वसुंधरा या नील जो भी होस्ट, आई थिंक मैंने नील को होस्ट बनाया था.
यस सर, नील है.
हाँ, तो नील को बोल देना कि राइट क्लिक करके उनको को-होस्ट बना दे. जो फिरदौस सर बता रहे हैं ना, जो पैनल मेंबर्स हैं उनको.
हाँ जी सर. नील, शौनक सर आ गए हैं, उनको.
इवन आप भी बना सकेंगे. आई थिंक यू कैन आल्सो मेक इट. आप देखिए, ट्राई कीजिए, देखिए.
नहीं, को-होस्ट से पॉसिबल नहीं है. मैंने वो ट्राई करके देखा.
यस सर, आई ट्राइड इट.
ओके. तो होस्ट जो राइट नाउ तो होस्ट मैं हूँ, बिकॉज आई जॉइंड इट फ्रॉम माय लॉगिन, दैट्स व्हाई. बट
नील को आप होस्ट बना दो ना. नील ऑलरेडी हैंड रेज किया है उसने.
मैं सोचा पहले स्वाति मैम का इशू रिजॉल्व कर देना इसके लिए. तब तक
श्योर, नो प्रॉब्लम.
या स्वाति मैम, एक मिनट, स्वाति मैम को अनम्यूट करना पड़ेगा. स्वाति मैम जरा कैन यू प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ. या हेलो, कैन यू प्लीज just say something so that we can hear. Hello. Yeah, we can hear you, ma'am.
Okay.
I think there's no echo, right? Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
ठीक. Neil, I'll be making you the now. Sorry, एक मिनट. Just let me reclaim. Neil, you are the host now.
Yes, sir, I have got the rights.
Yeah.
So Neil, make every panel member also co-host so that they can unmute and mute themselves. Yeah.
Sure.
Sir, Darshan sir has also joined with us. Welcome, Darshan sir.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi, sir. Hello.
Hi. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah.
We'll start the discussion in next few minutes, sir. A few of the panel members are joining. Once they join, we'll have a quick intro of each startup, and then I'll start giving you pointers and questions. Yeah. Hi, Sonak.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
So we have Darshan sir, we have Sonak sir, we have Swati ma'am, 9 gram co-founders
Yes,
are, yeah.
we have Suhasini ma'am also.
Okay, we have Swasini ma'am also. Okay, perfect. So make them co-host, Neil.
Sir, I have already done that.
Okay. Swashini ma'am, Harpreet ma'am is going to join or?
Yes, I think she's already there.
She's on. Okay.
I'm just checking.
Sure. So Vasundhara, what we can do is we can start the session, and then as and when Harpreet ma'am also join, you can just make her co-host. All right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Mahima, go ahead.
Hasni, she's joining, right?
Yeah, she's just joining. I think she's having some password error or something.
Oh, is it? Okay. So we'll start with the introduction. Then she can, by the time we start the panel discussion. Huh?
Sure. Yeah.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back again to the third Entrepreneurship Summit, managed and organized by the Student Committee MBA at Navrachna University in collaboration with CII, Young India, and SSIP. Now, we are going to commence our panel discussion, and I would request Vasundhara Singh to come and introduce our panel.
On behalf of management at NUV, I would like to invite our 4 panelists. We have Mr. Darshan Dashani with us, who is the founder of T-Post Private Limited. We have Mr. Shaunak Shah, the Director Operations, International Food Company. Ms. Swati Vakharia, the founder of Nabi Sutra and Women Planet. And Ms. Suhasini Penna and Harpreet Pawa, the co-founders of 9gram. I'll begin with the introduction of Darshan Dashani, sir. T-Post is a brainchild of Rajkot-based businessman Darshan Dashani, the founder of T-Post Private Limited. With over 160 outlets spread across Gujarat, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, T-Post is one of the fastest growing food businesses to mark mark across the region. His idea behind starting T-Post was to serve a good quality tea and snacks at competitive rates and cater out of home tea craving for students, office goers, senior citizens, and families with a nice and inexpensive place to hang out and gradually become a part of everyone's day-to-day life. He has also served as director at Tea Stations Private Limited for almost 7 years. We welcome you to the summit, sir, and thank you for being a part of panel discussion. Our next panelist is Mr. Shaunak Shah. Mr. Shaunak Shah is the Director of Operations in International Food Company, born in USA but has lived in Vadodara for most of his life. He has pursued his mechanical engineering from Manipal University. Mr. Shah has ventured into the field of entrepreneurship immediately after his graduation by starting a company to make parts of cannon defense application. But after discovering his passion for food, Mr. Shah took over his family's business of franchisee restaurants and started a separate vertical of catering, which is now recognized in Gujarat amongst the elite. He recently started his own brand of restaurants, Poka, the global dining, which he plans to spread across the country. The International Food Company is an outdoor food services company which manages over 150 plus events every year. The company also owns some of the prestigious restaurants in the city like Little Italy, Mainland China, and Mirch Masala. Thank you, sir, for joining with us today. Now I would like to hand over it to Mahima to go ahead and introduce the other two panels. Mahima.
Thank you, Vasundhara. Now I would like to introduce our third panelist, Ms. Swati Vakharia. Ms. Swati Vakharia is the founder of Nabi Sutra, which produces 100% natural products that are FDA certified with no added colors or fragrances. She knew that precautionary measures were important for herself and her infant, and this compassion for healing led her to form Nabi Sutra. Nabi Sutra is based in Vadodara, which encourages to endorse products for natural treatments. It focuses to create fine quality, pure and natural oils as per the Ayurveda practices and authentic guidelines. Ms. Swati is having a master's degree in business management. She also heads Muskan, a campaign specifically designed for women in rural areas and menstrual hygiene education. She also owns an IT firm that is Black ID Solutions and has been working in digital marketing for over 14 years now. With Nabi Sutra, Swati wishes to reintroduce the exotic and natural Ayurveda practices that the world may have forgotten. We welcome you, ma'am, and look forward to listening to your story and your journey as an entrepreneur. Now, our final panelists are the co-founders of 9gram, Ms. Suhasini Penna and Harpreet Pahua. Suhasini Penna is a self-taught illustration artist who found her love for art and design through her architecture education. She co-founded 9gram for her love of stationery and paper. She also recently co-started an eco-hospitality venture called The Forbidden Forest, themed around a forest stay. Alongside, she also works with companies and brands to create illustrations and also has her designs in independent stores around Ireland and Germany. She is fueled with her love for coffee and nature. We welcome you, ma'am, and look forward to listening to your journey as an entrepreneur. Now, co-founder of 9gram, Harpreet Pahua, is a lettering artist and a design graduate from MIT Institute of Design. Inspired by her travels and her love for stationery, she co-founded 9gram after moving back from Milan post pursuing her master's degree in business design. Alongside, she works as a lettering artist for many brands and conducts workshops across the country. Happiness and passion is the key. Is the key in all she does, and her free time she is either found playing with her dog or planning her next dream vacation. We welcome you, ma'am, on board and look forward to listening to you. Thank you so much for taking out the time to be here. Now, I would like to introduce our faculty member and associate professor, Mr. Firdaus Solanki, who will be the panel moderator for the session. Mr. Firdaus Solanki has a rich experience of 15 plus years in which he has worked as a design engineer at L&T Technologies, quality control manager at Flipkart, business analyst at TCS, and has successfully embarked on many such roles in many organizations. He has graduated as a mechanical engineer from MSU Baroda and finished his post-graduation from IIM Kozhikode in operations and supply chain management. We welcome you, sir, and now the stage is for you to conduct the panel discussion.
Thank you, Mahima. Thank you for that lovely introduction of all the panel members and including me. Just to give you overview how we are going to conduct this discussion forward. So I'll put a question. I have already forwarded list of questions which a lot of students will be interested in. And I normally teach this subject as a entrepreneurship management, and during interaction I realized that student has a lot of anxiety to know how to decide which idea to work on, because student have so many ideas, how to decide how to manage the finance, how what kind of work-life balance they are looking for when they join entrepreneurship. Because I believe from your experience they should learn that it's a tough job, it's not a 9 to 5 kind of a working environment. What kind of toll it takes on your personal life. And I'll ask one question at a time. I'll go round across the panel member, and then each one of you will get 2 to 3 minutes to share your experience, right? So my first question I'll start with. My first question is, what actually drives you to become an entrepreneur? Because ideas are abundant. Many people have ideas, but not everyone acts on it. So what actually push you, or what actually drives you to become an entrepreneur? I'll start with Darshan sir first, and then I'll go round of discussion. Yeah. So Darshan, over to you. What actually drives you to become an entrepreneur? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just completed my graduation in 1993, I said. And then I joined myself as a medical representative, and I worked there for 10 months. But by doing this job, I realized that I am not meant for this. So I left the job within 10 months, and I always think that wherever I'm working, I should be on the top. So immediately I started my own business. So I'm an entrepreneur since beginning in 1994, I can say. And since that, I'm doing lots of business. Wherever I was working, whichever company I established and wherever I was working, I was always on the top. I work with a real estate company. I work as I was selling plastic granules. But that time I was on the top. When I was working in a real estate company, that time also I was on the top in particular area. And then after in 2006, I started tea business, and I have one tea garden in West Bengal. And then that time I realized that this is not my cup of tea. So within 1 year I left that business. But एक गुजराती बात है कि जहाँ खोया वहीं पे पाने के लिए I started to sell the tea powder by packing. और एक अमीरी चाय करके एक brand मैंने establish किया. And then after I was selling in the market, and from that Tea Post is my third venture in tea industries. In 2038 I established tea business. But in that area also I was on the top at that time. Where I was not on the top, I left that business. So I like to be entrepreneur at that time. It becomes.
Sure, sir. Got it. So there are a number of businesses that you have established, and all that
businesses are running. So few businesses shut down even. I left that garden, and I am not a owner of that garden right now. Because that time I find this is not my cup of tea, so I left that business again. And then I started the tea packing. That is also going on right now.
Right. So we realize that Tea Post is so we call it pivot in the industry of entrepreneurship, where you need to change your idea continuously, so that sometimes some idea works, sometimes some idea doesn't work, and so you need to continuously change and innovate and evolve. So Sonak, the same question to you, Sonak. What has drive you to become an entrepreneur? You could have gone to industry also.
Right.
Why chose business and entrepreneurship over having a safe job? Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So, for those, in my case, I wanted to do something that I was truly passionate about. Coming from a business family, I wanted to do something more than just a 9 to 5 job. I knew that, being an entrepreneur would be more adventurous. So that's what I chose. Also, I wanted to build things. I love building things. I love building organizations. Hence, I jumped into entrepreneurship straight after my engineering. Just like Mr. Darshan just mentioned earlier, I had a couple of startups before I landed into what I'm doing currently. I just started. I met someone who was making wooden houses in Kerala, and an idea just popped up, and I said, I can do the same thing in Gujarat. At that point of time, I didn't realize what I was talking about. It took me probably 12 months to realize that maybe I was not at the right place to be doing that. So in my case, it was more of passion which pushed me into entrepreneurship, and here I am. Like it's been almost 8 years, and I'm still in it.
Right. So, Swati ma'am, over to you. What has drive you to become entrepreneur? Idea is really innovative, which is Nabi Sutra. Name itself suggests that it's a Ayurvedic and it has something related to navel-based oil, which we'll learn and through this discussion. Many people have those kind of idea, but then not everyone goes into entrepreneurship. So what has pushed you into entrepreneurship, drives you to become an entrepreneur? Yeah, go ahead.
I started my journey with a job. So I worked for 1 year with Times of India, and after that, I actually a group of friends we created this IT firm called Black ID. So that was service-based industry, and when you have multiple ideas popping into your mind, and it becomes little bit difficult to actually follow someone's strategy and ideas. So even service industry is little bit difficult to go ahead with when you have multiple ideas coming into your mind. So I always wanted to create my own brand rather actually building brand for others. So that's how I was willing to have something and the other thing, and I created like I had about 10 to 12 different ideas to start up with. But Nabi Sutra was the one like I really was keen to actually plan something, try something new, which is unique. And we are the pioneer in India to start this particular segment. At the time we started, there was no such category around. And currently, like there are brands who are trying to actually at times they copy us, or at times they come up with something even innovative from your end. So yes, we somehow could create this particular segment, and that was a thing. Like I wanted to create something new rather following someone else's strategy, or I believe in learning with my own ways. That's why.
Right. Really interesting. Yeah. So over to you, Harpreet ma'am and Suhasini ma'am. 9gram is a curated stationery kind of platform, which I have gone through the website. Also, it's really innovative design, really interesting designs, and I believe it's coming from both of your creativity and innovation. So a lot of people do that, but not many people take a jump and take a career jump and join the entrepreneurial journey, which is very uncertain, which is very risky, which is very doubtful. So what has make you to do that? Harpreet ma'am and Suhasini ma'am, a driving force behind your entrepreneurial jump. Yeah, go ahead.
Hasni, you want to start? Yeah. So for us, it was purely the love of what we wanted to do. We both met by chance. It was not a planned decision to start 9gram. It was by coincidence that we actually met, and we were Instagram friends. So we both started, talking about our love for paper, stationery, design. And then we realized that there is a need in the market that for good stationery, for affordable stationery. And yeah, I mean, for us it was very simple that we wanted to just fulfill a need that we saw in the market, and we were very passionate about starting together for it. So yeah, Harpreet, you want to add anything?
Yeah, we just really wanted to create value in the market, and we also saw that good and well designed stationery was something that was much needed in the market. Right. And I think there was a need, and we wanted to fulfill the need. So yeah, we decided to start and just go ahead with the decision of starting our own company and start designing and making stationery. And we both have been doing this, like we both are actually the users for it, because we both are artists. So we've independently been using a lot of other brands around the world. So we thought that it's best that we create something that we want, and we want to give it to the people as well. Right. So that is how I think we started it all.
So one thing that coming on from all of your experiences, all of you, I mean, normally when I teach my student, I tell them that entrepreneurs are self-motivated, and they have some kind of uncomfortable with the existing status quo. So it could be job, or it could be as in your case, gap in the market where nobody's providing curated stationery and you want to provide that. Or in case of Darshan sir, it's a being top of the game because you don't want to work under anyone, you want to create and become your own boss. Or in case of Swati ma'am, you again were doing already job and then you want to create your something on your own. And in case of Sonik sir also, you want to create something on your own, tangible thing which you want to keep and give the value proposition to customer also. So one thing is very clear that who are self-motivated and not satisfied with the existing status quo, those people normally go and enter into entrepreneurship. Second question to all of you was, normally student ask me where to get the money because financing is a big problem for any entrepreneur, even to experiment with proof of concept or seed funding or bootstrapping, or किसका help लेना चाहिए, family से मांगे, friend से ले, कौन help करेगा. So I'll do reverse panel now. I'll ask first 9 gram. Over to you, Suhasini ma'am and Harpreet ma'am. How do you manage finance for running a very innovative and curated stationery business? Yeah, go ahead.
I think we stuck to the rule of 3F, which is family, friends, and freelancing. So this is something we followed, and we definitely, we both have, been freelancing because we both are artists and designers. So we've been freelancing for a lot of years. She's doing illustration and I'm doing lettering. So we both were working and freelancing for a lot of other brands and saved up like that. Of course, there is support from the family and friends. So hence, that is how I think is the best. We were very against taking loan or anything like that to start with.
Sure.
And I think like, the whole idea that finance plays a big role is really important. But I would say that it's like one speed bump because there are so many other factors that are so much more important than only finance, because you can figure out how to deal with the financial part, but the intent, the research and everything else, plays a bigger hurdle. So like this misconception that, finance is the most important thing that you need for a business is sort of, it's hyped up. So we would say from our experience, like we just took the risk at times and we were like, we'll just figure out. And yeah, so that's
Sure.
Yeah, that's true.
Swati ma'am, what was your experience to managing finance? You were also working and then taking break from that fixed salary and secure job, and then venturing your own startup where many times there is uncertain environment. You are not sure whether it will succeed or not succeed. Take a risk, not to take a risk. So how will you manage finance?
For me, even I agree to this. Like I don't I don't like to get it funded by someone else, get investor into the picture, or even taking loans. So I'm a little bit like not sure about all those parts. But yes, I wanted to create something which using my own fund, like a little bit of savings funds. I started my business with only 5 lakh of rupees, and then I could reach to about 1 crore of turnover within 1 year of the journey, because I actually tried to create something which is sustainable, and created a model around by keeping my all those factors. So yes, for me, finances is like it should not create stress in your mind while you're working on the different roles.
Right. So you were just you were mostly working on bootstrap model when managing your own finance from your own business generated, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Sonak, over to you. Finance was a problem for you. You are already coming from business family background, right? Sonak,
Right.
Right?
So, in my case, I was very fortunate to receive the initial financing from my father, who, who has supported me throughout my career. But the way I see the whole finance thing is very different from what Mrs. Swati or what Mrs. Suhasini mentioned earlier. I'm not necessarily against, any loan, because I believe that, it's just a way to reach your goals faster. Right. The largest of the companies, you look at Reliance, look at, the largest companies, they need certain finance, they need certain loans, they need external investors, to just to take them to a different level. Yes, if you don't take finance, you can grow, but it depends on where you want to actually reach. So in my case, I had the privilege of having my father who did finance me initially, but for the next venture, I had to depend on certain savings. And for any business, as a matter of fact, even if you look at even if you try to look for an external investor, the first thing that they will see is how much skin do you have in your own business,
Right.
how much money have you put in from your own pocket.
Right.
Based on that, that will give them more confidence in investing in you.
Right. True that. I mean, last year we had similar kind of panel discussion, and there were one participant. If you are from Vadodara, you will be knowing name of Nutty Affair. Now
Correct.
they also have a similar kind of funding model where they have convinced their parents and got the funding, but their experience was convincing parent is most difficult because they know your intention behind that fund, so they know that whether you are going to put effort or it's
See what
just a
happens.
ambition. Yeah.
No matter how much financial backing your family has, or your friends have, or even your investors have, no one is just going to give you money like that.
Right.
If you say कि यार मेरे को business start करना है, they won't just come and give you a check of 25 lakh rupees. That never happens. No matter, even if they have 25 crores, they're not going to give you 25 lakhs just like that.
True.
Right. So you first have to prove your worth. Right. You first have to prove your worth. You have to prove to 10 other people. You have to convince 10 outsiders that what you're trying to do makes sense. Only then will you actually get support from your own house.
True
Right.
that.
You have to first convince yourself and others. Only then can you get support.
Support.
So
Yeah.
it's not like, if you have money, then they will just pour into you. It doesn't happen that way.
Yeah. Yes. Very true. Darshan sir, in your case, problem would have been different, right? You were already running real estate business.
Yeah, I
And,
was in a tea business. Yes.
Yeah. So
So what I did that in 2013 when I started Tea Post, as far as Tea Post, because I was running different businesses also. So when I started Tea Post, I just put 5 lakh rupees in that, and for the capex of the first outlet that I was going to run. वो मैंने चलाया और फिर बाद में I give it as a franchisee, and then after I decided I will not put a single money in it. If I can run then and then I will put the money, and my whole blood and sweat were invested in it. And then I was starting to give the franchisee, and up to 50 franchisee, I have not opened even a single outlet of mine.
Okay.
So I was getting money from the franchisee, even I was managing the franchisee, and I got the fund from the franchisee, and then I started to make my own outlets, and then equity partner also came in the existence, and then I could manage the fund.
Right. So almost bootstrap model. While you scale up really fast and you have close to 130, 140 outlet, but they are all managed.
160 outlets.
Yeah.
If you're close, yeah.
Yes. 160 outlet, but still you have managed the funding through your own internal financing, which is really good. Because this kind of business requires a lot of investment, because you are it's kind of a real estate kind of business where you have a need to take a space.
Yeah, there is a big capex costing behind it. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Sure. Good to know, sir. Next question, I would it's slightly different. I want to know that, and many students ask that, being an entrepreneur, when we see the story of entrepreneur, let's say we get to know the story of Sachin Bansal, that he got 1 billion, while I was talking about Walmart deal, but Sachin Bansal got $1 billion, and that is roughly 6,000 7,000 crore at that time. People only see that, okay, he got so much amount of money with, I mean, रातों रात बन गए ना अपने पैसे, वैसा लगता है, but वो रातों रात नहीं होता, because for that he has worked since 2007. So from your experience, I want to understand that what kind of challenges while running this entrepreneurial venture you face. I'll start with Darshan sir, you, and I'll go to again the same sequence. Challenges you face while running this venture.
Entrepreneurship का मतलब ही challenges है. Every day you get the new challenge, and every day you have to face the challenge, and every day you have to solve it.
Right.
तो ये तो हर दिन का. I can say you that in tea business only, this is my third venture. I started with a tea garden, then I was packing the tea, and this is third business, is a Tea Post.
Right.
So initially everything was decided, but previous two business I could not run well. So it's again a challenge. That time also I have invested a lot of money in that also, and rather by investing that much of amount in that particular business, I got nothing out of it, and by investing zero amount in this business, I got a lot of it out of it. So every day there is a challenge, and when you become an entrepreneur, there is a lots of challenge. There is a challenge of team, there is a challenge of process, there is a challenge of systems, there is a pressure of finance, there is a pressure of investors even. Everything you have to solve. That is called entrepreneurship. And you are, it is very true that you become your own boss, but you become your own boss is a big responsibility again.
Right, true, true. Not many people realize that when you become your own boss, every customer is your boss then, right?
Yeah,
Every
yeah.
customer who comes to your
People
outlet
have
is your...
lots of expectations from you.
Right.
And even though all the people in your team, when I started, there were 7 people, and today I have 400 people in my company. So everybody has an expectation upon you that you are doing, and then they expect from you. The challenge is an everyday matter, and that you have to face. There is no option about it. There is nothing easy behind it.
Right, right. True, true. Sonak, what was your experience? Kind of challenge?
Actually,
Because I believe...
So what I believe is very similar to what Mr. Darshan just mentioned, that being an entrepreneur, you face new challenges every single day. In my case, so we did start international food company, which does event catering, right? We did pretty well for the last 3 years. And last year, you all know, we got hit by the pandemic.
COVID, yeah.
So imagine 12 months of being in a business which does not, which does not go hand in hand with COVID. We started Poka. Poka is a fine dine restaurant, which we started in December 2019, right? And in 2 months, in 3 months, we got hit by the pandemic again. Now a fine dine restaurant, brand new fine dine restaurant, getting hit by the pandemic in 3 months, you can imagine what all challenges we must have gone through. But the fact that it was our decision to get into the business, there is no looking back, right? We only have one choice, we only have one option, and that is to perform. We have to go ahead, we have to fight. We have to fight every single day. We have to adapt to situations. Mr. Darshan mentioned very, very clearly that when you are an entrepreneur, it's not like you don't have a boss. All your employees, all your customers, all your vendors, they're all your bosses, right? Because you're answerable to all of them, right? Everyone will, for them, everyone's individuality is above them. For them, their own personal egos are the most important. Whereas for us, the business is the most important, right? So a lot of times, you have to ignore a lot of things just to look at the larger picture, which a lot of times not many people will see. So if you're into entrepreneurship, you have to face so many challenges every single day, and you cannot just say कि यार मेरे को आज काम नहीं करना, I'm tired. No, you cannot do that. You're in it, you have to be in it 100%.
True, true, true. Swati ma'am, I believe your venture itself is kind of very, very niche, and so convincing customer to try that product and giving them, I mean, the customer may not be able to see benefit very quickly. So you must have faced challenges in terms of customer acquisition also, right? Customer acquisition, marketing, right? Can you just share that? Yeah.
So basically, I actually chosen this particular niche based on my analysis, based on my area of expertise, which is online marketing. And when it comes to online marketing, you have a space to share your story. You can actually explain the kind of actually whatever you are doing, or on what basis you have created a certain brand. So based on that, I'm getting a very good very good platform where I am actually sharing the stories in details, and people are understanding it, and even I can actually choose the filter those audience for me. So I'm sharing the stories with the people who might be keen to choose certain products which is natural, pure, and Ayurvedic. So they understand it, they actually accept it. Even we are very happy that they are getting results. So for me, using online medium and platforms, it was little bit manageable to put those products in front of them.
Right, right, right. To Harpreet ma'am and Suhasini ma'am, your product is also very new for Indian consumer, where curated stationery, and then pricing also, I believe, would be different than what is available in the market. So how did you convince, and what kind of problem you face during your entrepreneurial venture?
Harpreet, do you want to take?
Yeah. So there were, of course, a lot of challenges. When you say entrepreneurship, it definitely means taking a risk. So we had like challenges. Firstly, we started with just me and Suhasini working. So of course, team and managing. So it's definitely a lot of sleepless nights. It's a lot of hard work because we were doing the designing, we were also doing the manufacturing, talking to the vendors, also shipping out orders and packing them, also handling the social media and the marketing, because we get a lot of customers through our contacts and social media because of our blogs, individual blogs.
Right.
So it was a big challenge for us, firstly, to run the business and start, because it was feeling like it's only two of us in the team doing 10,000 different things together. So I think when you say entrepreneurship, you have to be ready to do everything, like from making tea to also being the director or the CEO of the company. So everything you have to take into consideration. When it came to convincing our clients and customers that this is the kind of product we are doing, I think we were able to get out the product very well in the market, because firstly there was a good need of it, and secondly we also noticed that whatever good premium stationery was there in the market, it was all China made. There was nothing really made in India. So I think that ways we got a little upper hand, and also because we were our own, like we were the first users of our own product, so it was very easy for us to tell the other customer that this is how our product is and this is what it is about and why are we better than others.
Right.
And also that in the initial phases, actually, we ran the whole business for like until a month back, living in two different cities. So we both were not in the same city. Only WhatsApp calls, videos, like that's how we ran the whole thing. So I think that was a major challenge that for us, because we were managing the entire business, being in two different cities, and then also managing all the different parameters, logistics, shipping, like every aspect. Like we actually got a taste of being an entrepreneur every single day, and we still get it now. Like we don't think that we're very we know what an entrepreneur is about 100%, because we learn everything. Like even when I say today that this is what we do, there's something that another customer can bring up and it'll be a new challenge for us. And I think that's very natural to the process of even us learning how to be a boss. Like that's as simple as it gets.
True. So whenever I talk to my student, I tell them that entrepreneurship is not a part-time job. मतलब you cannot वो 9 to 5 वाला job भी नहीं है कि आपको आपने कुछ time के लिए. So there is a rule. One rule says 1,000 days you need to invest. So at least 2 to 3 years you need to invest into your entrepreneur. Then probably you can take some amount of me time, that okay, I can just relax and my employee will work. Otherwise initial 1 or 2 year will be very, very demanding, because I believe, as you also mentioned, that it's either friends, family, or freelancing, where you get. No, normally I use the word fool when I teach. It's a friends, family, or fool. Why fool? I'll tell you, because if you don't have a product POC ready, if you don't have traction, if you don't have customer, then only on idea base, either your family will support you because they are emotionally invested, either your friends will support you because they genuinely want you to succeed, or fools will invest into you because they don't have any clue what you are talking. so, so I use the terminology, and as I was telling, when I talk to my student, I tell them that it's not a rosy picture, because you will see the TEDx talk, and that time you will realize that being an entrepreneur is going onto stage and then talking about your venture and people will clap. That's not the game, because every day you have to do the task which you don't like or you are not accustomed to do it. It could be legal, it could be finance, it could be marketing, it could be operation. As in your case, you need to have you need to manage logistic and shipping also, right? So things which you are not comfortable with, things you are not have learned, you need to over time become expert into that. Otherwise someone else will. Market is open for
Big
everyone.
challenges.
So yeah, big challenges. Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Just from the small company, means small organization, if you want to create a company,
Right.
just the journey is very, very painful, even I can say that, because your initial team is adhere with you, and now you have to hire new expert people. At that time, this is a crucial period that we have to face. This is a very crucial journey. Yeah. But you should enjoy each and every step, because your existing people will also drop you. They will go away from you, and you have to find the new people from the market, and you have to work with them also. This is a big challenge. Yeah.
So when we had morning when we had one-to-one entrepreneurial discussion, one entrepreneur specifically told that if you don't like what you do, then don't enter into entrepreneurship because it's not a job. It requires commitment from your side. It will demand 12 to 14 hours. And if you don't like it, then probably you will burn out very quickly, and then you will drop the idea of becoming an entrepreneur, and you will blame that idea was not good. Probably you were not committed into that idea, so you were not able to execute. And I think execution is more important because ideas are dime in dozen. So many people have ideas, but not everybody becomes entrepreneur. Now, one question I wanted to understand from all of you, and I'll start with again from Harpreet and Swasini ma'am, that how being an entrepreneur affect your personal life? Because many of you will be married, many of you are single, but then you will not be able to dedicate the time to your friends and family and function because you are invested into your startup. So, being an entrepreneur, how that affects your personal life? To Harpreet and Swasini ma'am.
So firstly, it definitely does affect to a certain level because you know when you're starting your own business, it's like a baby that you have to full time give all your attention to. So, but in a way that me and Suhasini from day one, we had decided that, you know, we are going to create a balance between our work life and our personal life. Like I recently got married a month back.
Okay.
So it was very nice because, you know, that ways we were able to manage things because it was her that she was managing most of the things that time. I was on a leave. So, you know, you have to create a balanced balance between both the things, your personal life and your professional life. And I think for me and Suhasini, I would say that we were lucky that our families were extremely supportive in whatever we started, whatever we did, our ups and downs. So I think that ways we've been blessed and we've been lucky. Plus, I think I've had like a business background. So there was always some or the other advice given to me, aise kar lo beta, waise kar lo, from either the father or some uncle or my fiance. So it was always these, like even for Suhasini, it was always somebody or the other in the family, you know, giving, you should do this, you should do that. So I think that ways they were also kind of invested in what we are doing, and that really motivates you to work harder if your family is also, you know, supporting you well and you are able to create a good balance between both the things. But yes, business has like always has to be the priority, and that is how you can run it well. It's not like either or you have to choose, but then you somewhere have to prioritize your work. That is true.
True.
I think for me, actually, I was already doing freelance projects. I already, during my architecture, I don't know if you all know, architecture is like one of the most the draining courses. So my parents were already used to me not sleeping all night for all the 5 years. So there was already that kind of life that I would dedicate more time when I had to work, and same as with Harpreet. So we already knew that when we have to work, either of us takes up the charge and then just does the job. And there have been times when we've been on calls overnight, or we have done stuff that we would actually expect our team to do or something like that. But it's always been kind of that we always prioritize in terms of, we remind each other that, why are we doing this? Ultimately, we are wanting to be happy in life. So it can't be that business is so draining that you forget yourself. So we do have, we've started this culture of having family days, wherein the whole, one person just takes a day off, puts the phone on airplane mode and just chills with family. Because after the pandemic, I think the biggest realization has been that if you're not spending time with your family or things you love doing, I think it's going to be really difficult to just survive. So that's been kind of something that we've incorporated in Hydra.
I think that's really interesting that you suggested one day, one family day where you spend time with your family, because many times it's like Harpreet has mentioned that it's like your child, and then you spend so much time, and if your ego gets involved, then you probably forget your near and dear ones, and it becomes very difficult to pay attention to the family, which is craving for your equal attention. Swati ma'am, over to you. How did you manage the work-life balance? Because managing that startup, and I think you were married at that time, right?
Not married when I was I just my daughter was only 2.5 years that time.
Okay. Yeah, so that was much more difficult because now startup is a kid and you already have
Is the time I started
Yeah.
my work and the entrepreneurship with IT firm. That time I started with my husband rather. So that time it was a little bit manageable, but I was very much workaholic. Even both of us were very much workaholic. That time we used to like रात भर भी काम करना because we used to cater the clients from international market. So हर जगह बात करनी होती थी during night hours, and then the daytime we need to manage the work and the team and everything. So it was a little bit hectic, and we experienced that part also of the entrepreneurship. But after having a child, it was for me, my priorities changed. And yes, definitely I'm very much willing to have a balanced life right now, and do not want to prioritize business more over my family and my kid, definitely. So my entire plans and strategies are behind all these things. Like I do not want to get into investors and loans is because of these things, because I do not want someone else to tell me like itna to kamana hi padega or itna revenue generate karna hi padega. I'm just working with this business with my passion and happiness. Actually every single success that is coming to our way and my brand is something is creating happiness to me, and that's why I'm there. And I think yes, the potential is high, and I'm not trying to get that potential right now. इसको थोड़े ही सालों में 100 crore की जर्नी करवा दो ऐसा कुछ. I'm not behind that for now. So which time I will learn the even entrepreneurship where from the crore to 10 crore to further. So I'm ready to give that time and slowly and steady.
Yeah. Makes sense. Sonak, over to you. I mean, what kind of work-life balance problem you have faced and currently facing while managing the entrepreneur? Because I believe it's not a easy job where you can say no. I mean, saying no in entrepreneurship is not possible, because then you will be saying no to your own self, which is not good. So how do you manage that?
See, being an entrepreneur, there are a lot of pros and cons, right? There are a lot of pros and cons of being an entrepreneur. One very important aspect is the time management or the work-life balance, right? Now we all know that entrepreneurship, it requires a lot of efforts. There are no fixed timings. You might have sleepless nights. Forget, I'm not talking about the time when you have to work more. But apart from that, also you will still have sleepless nights. So there are a lot of cons. There are a lot of negatives when it comes to entrepreneurship. Hence, whatever positives you can find, it is the best to extract the most out of them, right? What I mean is, if being an entrepreneur, if we can take more vacations or more holidays, take it, right? I am very honest when it comes to all of that. When I have to work, I work all day long. I'm very focused. When I'm at work, it's only work and nothing else. I always make it a point to work, to do more than what I'm supposed to do. But at the same time, when I have to dedicate certain time to myself and to my family, I don't stop. I don't have any limitations when it comes spending time with family. Currently, my wife is 9 months pregnant, so I have taken the privilege of working from home. I've been working from home for the last 3 months because of this COVID situation. So I take that privilege. I take that privilege of having the flexibility. Now, if I don't take that privilege, then I'm going to get drained out one day or the other, right? So this flexibility, taking advantage of all the opportunities that you have, it's just going to give you more and more energy to work better. So that's how I see it. Yes, you do have to put in more efforts. Yes, your family might not like you working more, or maybe might not be there when they need you, but at the same time, you have the flexibility to make up for it when you feel the time is right.
Right. Good. Darshan sir, over to you. I mean, you were already busy with number of diversified business, as you mentioned, real estate, and then
that business, I am already out of that business. I am totally dedicated to tea business right now, and doing the same business.
All right. So, I mean, how did you manage work-life balance? Because you are also engaged with lot of
yeah, definitely.
So,
anyway, any entrepreneur is always 24/7 with their businesses. or you cannot say that I am working from 9 to 7 or like that. That is not possible in any of the entrepreneur. You can say no one can do that kind of business because आपका पीछे से mind तो चलता ही रहता है इसके पीछे और there are always tensions, pressures, and everything is there with you. And आगे का क्या होगा वो भी always there is in your mind. तो वो समय as far as without a family support no one can do this kind of work because business pressure and family pressure they both cannot go ahead. So family should be always supportive and I am very lucky that my family is very supportive in that case. Especially my son is studying in Canada right now, but I am living in Ahmedabad right now and my family is in Rajkot. This year I am shifting them. Since 5 years I am living alone in Ahmedabad. But they are very supportive to me. Every Saturday, Sunday I go there. Sunday I always with them. At my business place only, but I enjoy with them. Definitely, they support me by all means.
Right.
Because our business is Saturday, Sunday business. So we have to be within the business on Saturday, Sunday.
Right.
My wife and I, we both stay at any of the outlet or anywhere within our outlets. And we enjoy over there also.
Sure. Very important to give quality time to family and your entrepreneurial venture. Both need to manage that,
But
right?
when they are supportive, there is one side is handled by them. There is no issue with
There is no issue. Yeah, true. Next question was about the failure, and probably I'll start with Darshan sir, you only, because you have already mentioned that there has been some hiccups in the T-Post before launching the startup. You had already had 2-3 issues. So what were your failures and what did you learn out of it? Normally, when we talk about entrepreneur, we normally talk about their success, but that success is not overnight. There can be number of pivots, as you have told. We'll pivot from one idea to another idea, and finally we succeed. So, in your case, what were your failures and what did you learn out of it?
There are many failures in my life, and I cannot say that is a failure. This is the education what I got from that particular business, and these are stepping stones. I can say मैं उसपे पैर रख के आगे बढ़ा हूँ जो भी किया है, और all these experiences I got. मैंने चाय बागान लिया तो चाय बागान I lose a lot of money in the tea garden because when I bought the tea garden, it was just a fantasy that I will get a 1,000 acre of land, and I did the lease for 30 years at that time. And given a lot of amount to them, but there were a lot of compliances and West Bengal, you know well, that is Gujarati Manas and West Bengal Manas cannot match together. So I stayed there for 1 year, and I cannot say that I wasted my 1 year over that, but I spent there 1 year and I learned a lot of in Bengal and in tea board and so many things. Tea business even I learned the farming of the tea also. So I can proudly say that from farming to final tea product I am selling today. So it's a stepping stone again. So failures है तो you have to learn from your failures. तो पैसे जहाँ खोए वहीं से ढूंढने पड़ेंगे. आज मैं पैसे मेरे खोए हैं चाय में और मैं ढूंढने जाऊंगा कहीं और तो that is not possible. तो आपको वहीं से this is the experience you got out of it. इसके बाद में रियल एस्टेट में भी हमने धंधा किया है. We did a very big business in real estate. My firm was BSE listed company, and in that case we also lose money due to some recessions and due to internal partner issues. But I learned from that this is failure is not that कि आपने सब खो दिया है. You get very new things out of it. There is no failure is always a stepping stone. आप उसमें पैर रख के आगे बढ़ सकते हैं. Even though मैंने पैकेट का धंधा किया था चाय का पैकेट का, I was planning to do a big in the packet, but वो big जितना मैं चाहता था इतना नहीं कर पाया, और फिर बाद में बहुत सारा financial issues and everything came in on the across, तो वो भी sort out हो गया, और I learned कि भाई ऐसे नहीं करना चाहिए. Again I am putting that packet again. वो पैकेट जो मैंने बंद कर दिया था, again मैं अभी टी पोस्ट के नाम से पैकेट शुरू कर रहा हूँ, और उसका इंडिया मार्केट सोच रहा हूँ अभी. तो उसमें भी सीखा है कि भाई अभी नहीं किया, जो किया था वो अब नहीं करना है, नए से कैसे करना है.
Right. So it's always a learning exercise where you learn from your.
आपने जो किया है वो आइडिया गलत नहीं था, लेकिन the process was different wrong. So you have to improve your process and you should do, because all the people are doing it, why you are not doing, then there is a little fault in the process. So you should improve the process and you can do that.
Right. Sonak, over to you. I mean, you must have also had a fair share of wrong decisions or failures which you may have faced, and you're learning out of it. Yeah.
Right. So even I agree that that there's nothing called failures. They're all just stepping stones. In my office, in my team, I tell everyone that feel free to make mistakes. If you're not making mistakes, it means you're just playing very, very safe, right? So that's one thing which I have always encouraged my team members. I'm very open with them. Do different things, learn new things. Even if you fall, even if you make a mistake, don't worry. We are there. We are there for you. So that's how we see it. That's how I see it. I don't really look at. I don't even think about the term failure ever, because we have. We have, say, 30 years of a career span. We always have opportunities to make wrong decisions into right ones, right? Ratan Tata said that, take decisions and then work towards making them right.
Making them right, yeah.
Hence there's nothing called a failure, right? Failure is something where everything ends, right? Entrepreneurship journey it's a journey. It's not a destination कि वहाँ पहुंच गए and फिर हो गया. ऐसा नहीं होता. It's a journey, and we have to keep learning. We have to keep growing. And the only thing which I keep in mind is that we shouldn't be making the same mistakes again.
Yeah.
That's one thing which I keep telling everyone. Make different mistakes. That's fine. But just don't make the same mistakes multiple times, because then you're not learning.
Right. True. Swati ma'am, over to you. Entrepreneur do a lot of pivoting, a lot of business model change, and finally they succeed. So it's a try and try until you succeed. What kind of difficulty you must have faced? Decisions going wrong, not product may not be acceptable by the customer. What kind of failure you have faced, and what you have learned out of it? Yeah.
Basically, the kind of mistake I made in my career, in past career, so it was like I couldn't create a very good business model in my past kind of ventures that I came with. Like I was there, and like I tried to create a print magazine as well. There was a platform called Women Planet, where there are multiple and like multiple women experts were there, and we were trying to support women in different aspects. But I couldn't create that good model to sustain one with a good, I couldn't sustain my team with the kind of model I was running with. So that was a model where initial investment is a thing, and create a good venture out of it. So after that, I understood, like, yes, there are plans where initial investments are the thing, and I didn't wanted to get involved in that, and I changed the model and created a model where I learned from my past mistakes, and it really helped me. Those 14 and 15 years of journey with online media and like online marketing really helped me to create a new brand with e-commerce platform.
Right. So Elon Musk and Steve Jobs both have said in the past. Steve Jobs have already told that if you are not failing, then you are not innovating. So fail quickly, and learn quickly, and then pivot and innovate. That's how the process. Elon Musk has told that. He has failed multiple times. One time he was almost close to the bankruptcy, and then none of the business was working, and then he was having almost nervous breakdown for 1 or 2 times. But then right now you all are aware, and he's a legendary in terms of entrepreneurial idol, that he's currently working on very, very innovative technologies, because of he has learned a lot of things from the failure itself. So Swashini ma'am and Harpreet ma'am, from your side, what were your learnings? I believe a lot of decisions doesn't go right. We make mistakes. We invest somewhere where we didn't supposed to do. We have wrong partners. We launch something which customer doesn't want because of our own liking. So what kind of failure you had, and what kind of learning you share out of it? Over to you.
The how you put the question is perfect for us, because we invested somewhere and we introduced a product which failed terribly in the market, and I think we invested a huge amount of money. So see, failures is nothing but lessons learned. Okay. So we we introduced this product in the market. I'll not tell you which one, but we introduced it in the market thinking it'll do really well, because we had seen it as a trend in the market, and we thought that we can do it as well. Found the perfect vendor, found the perfect way of bringing our designs to it, and once we introduced this to the market, we realized that it was a flop. It was really bad for us. So I think that made us realize that we have to stick to our core, what we've actually been doing, and that is paper. So we actually deviated a bit from selling paper and started selling something else, but we realized that it's not going to work well for us.
Right.
So I think that was a great learning for us. And I think it's okay. Like if everything keeps going perfect in your business, then it's not a business. Then
Yeah.
it's nothing. Like then, because unless and until you fail, you will not learn.
Yeah,
You will
true.
not learn from your own, like you have to learn from your own mistakes
Mistakes.
in
True.
the end.
True.
So yeah. So I
And
think
we always, like, I think always we go back to whenever we learn, whenever we fail or we make mistakes, we go back to our core principles. And I think that is the part where all of us, I think, feel that we are doing something right, because we all always have a gut feeling or a core value that we stick by, and then we take a risk. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So, like, we always realize that, we need to trust our gut more, and we don't regret the chances we ever take. It's just that we learn and we grow, and we become a newer, stronger, brand every day. That's the only thing for us.
True. Yeah, because when you are innovating very fast, it's always uncertain environment, because innovation or entrepreneurship itself is, like definition itself says, it's a very product should be really innovative and breakthrough, and then you launch it in the market. May not be acceptable to all the customer, may be acceptable. It's a risk. And so how quickly you identify the risk and modify your business model and launch it again and again until you succeed. So that motivation, that learning, that zeal need to be continued. Now, one question which is coming many times during interaction is, what kind of quality are required to be an entrepreneur? Because some people has it, some people developed it, some people doesn't have it, and so they struggle to take the entrepreneurial journey. I believe risk taking is one of the main quality, I believe, because that's where you take a jump from your regular comfortable zone, and then you get into uncharted territory. So as I'll start with 9gram founders, Suhasini ma'am and Harpreet ma'am. As per you, what should be 4 or 5 qualities to become an entrepreneur? I mean, success and failure depends. That's not a end game, because there are a lot of entrepreneurs who learn from their failure also, as we have already established. But then to be an entrepreneur, what kind of qualities are required? Top 4 or 5 quality as per you.
Okay, firstly, there's like no mold to being an entrepreneur. It's not like you do these and then you become an entrepreneur. So there's no mold. I think it's just somebody who is willing to do what it takes to get the job done at all times, and then find happiness through it. This, and there's the myth of perfect balance is just something that everybody needs to create for themselves. There's no like, if I work sleepless nights and do this and do this and do this, I'll become an entrepreneur. And there's a lot of weight in the market, like, and I was one of them. Becoming an entrepreneur is so scary, and it's so difficult. It's actually not. I mean, if you have the drive to do what you want to do, and you are willing to do as much as it takes to get the get the job done or the idea done. And oftentimes I always say that you don't dream about things you cannot achieve. Like, I'm not a mountain person. Like, I'm a mountain. I don't hike, so I'm not going to dream about climbing the mountain, Mount Everest. That's not a dream that I'm going to have. You only dream about the things that you can do, and I think that's the pursuit is all that takes to become an entrepreneur.
Right. So playing on your strong points and improving them continuously, and then working on. I mean, as you told very clearly, there is no mold, and I also believe that, because there are. I mean, the difference between I when I teach my student about entrepreneurship, I give example of Jack Ma and Elon Musk. Both are very different. One guy, I mean, you all have gone through the story of Jack Ma, where he has failed number of times. He wanted to become a KFC delivery boy, where he didn't get a job. He applied for police. He didn't get a job. He applied 8 to 10 times to Harvard. 8 to 10 times they have rejected his application. And there is second guy like Elon Musk, who has developed game at the age of 5 or 6, and then he has his company in place at the age of 2021. PayPal, he was already merged, and then he got 80, 70, 90 million dollar at the age of that. So there are both the kind of entrepreneurship where few are kind of motivation, and few are already under necessity. Over to you, Swati ma'am. As per you, what qualities are required?
According to me, I think the quality, it depends what kind of entrepreneur you are willing to be, and what category you want to fit in. Like for me, the quality is a quality maintenance also. So it's like being loyal to yourself and being loyal to your customers is very much important to me. And of course, multitasking. So these kind of qualities this is what I want to see in myself.
Over to you, Sonak. What kind of qualities you think are required to become become a reasonable entrepreneur? I'm not saying success or failure because that depends on
Right.
market also. But few qualities which should be there to become an entrepreneur.
To be very honest, if I start thinking of what qualities an entrepreneur should have, then there'll be a list of at least 15 to 20 qualities.
Yeah.
Right from being disciplined to dedicated to risk taking, that blah blah blah. There is everything. There's not one single quality which you can keep out of an entrepreneur. Right, an entrepreneur is a combination of all of that.
Right.
But there's one thing which a lot of people miss out. There's one thing which a lot of entrepreneurs miss out, and that is on speed. Right, entrepreneurs need to be fast. Entrepreneurs need to adapt to what is actually happening. Right, you mentioned about Elon Musk. Right, Elon Musk, when he sold PayPal and when he got that $800 million of money, he didn't save a single rupee for himself.
Right.
He was quick enough to judge that, okay, what is next, what are the future technologies. At that point of time, that was maybe 15-20 years back, he invested in SpaceX, he invested in Tesla, he invested in Solar City.
Yeah.
Right, this is like almost more than a decade back. Right, and those things we are seeing today what impact that actually had. Right, so entrepreneurship, you have to be quick. Now when we started Poka, our fine dine restaurant, in 2019 December, in 3 months we got hit by the pandemic. Now if we didn't act quick, we would have to shut down. But we had to adapt so fast, we had to reinvent the entire game. It took us close to 9 months to start the restaurant, and in 3 months we had to completely change everything. We had to change the menu, we had to change everything. Right, so we had to be quick. Right, so that's one thing which I feel entrepreneurs should be. They have to be very, very quick in adapting to whatever comes their way.
Right. True, adapting and speed is really important, because if you are fast enough, then your failures or gap also you will be able to overcome. And as you have mentioned Elon Musk, there is very famous quote from him that he says he works for 80 to 85 hours per week. So he tells that if I work 80 to 85 hours per week and my competition works, let's say 40-50 hours per week, then I'm almost twice ahead of them always. Because if they work 40-50 hours and I work 80 hours, my way of speed and my innovation and my thought process will be already far ahead from my competition. And so if they copy my design, because he keeps every patent and everything in open source, right? So people can learn also. So he told that if my competition can reach up to me also, still I'll be able to far ahead from them. And so nobody will be able to overtake me that way. So Darshan sir, over to you. What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is very much, as he said, that speed is very much required. When this is a basic skill, what should be with you? That after pandemic, people were shutting down the restaurants. There were lots of challenges with this F&B business, and miraculously we have opened 35 outlets after pandemic.
Oh.
What happened that we have changed our entire model. We have entered an IC model, and we have opened almost 16 outlet of air-conditioned outlet. Two of them are in Baroda also. And the remaining, I opened Mumbai and Rajkot, and everywhere I was opening that kind of outlet. So that new thing, what I was supposed to do, we have started the open spaces also with 3,000 square yard of area, and there we are making our outlets. It's the biggest outlet what we are making right now. So what happens to this is the basic quality of the speed should be there. You should be a speedy adoption should be there. And the main quality with the entrepreneur should be honesty and loyalty.
Right.
Because many people are looking at you that you should be honest to your business, honest to your customers, honest to the stakeholders and whatever.
Right.
Because what happens that entrepreneurship is not a making money, it's a making brand.
Right, true.
One
Very
should
true.
understand like that yeah, okay, it's the making brand. All the time you will have a financial crunches. That doesn't mean that you lose your honesty behind that. So honesty and loyalty should be always there with that. Baki, lots of skills should be there. Like the team building is a basic skill should be with each and every. Because whenever you are growing, there is new teams you need to adopt from the market. Because so many skills that you even don't know, you have to hire the skills from the market. So that is also one of the skills that with new skills you have to adjust yourself and. Patience, innovations, that everything is required over there, and your vision should be clear that where you want to reach. That should be clear from day one. That this is one of the quality. What I am saying, that vision, because what happens, the entrepreneur doesn't have any vision in the initial stage, and they don't follow their vision what they want to do. Vision should be very clear that what you want to do. Today, I can say, I have always seen my stepwise vision. Initially, when I open my first outlet, I have seen that I will open 100 outlets. When I reach 100 outlet, I have thought that I will reach 1,000 outlets. From day one, I am not speaking that I will see 1,000 outlets. This looks like a dream to me. Even how I can convince to the people who are listening to me. The honesty and vision and passions and involvement with your work, that every quality should be there with you, and even the team building is also one of them. Yeah.
Right. I think when you discuss your journey, actually reminds me of KFC founder, because why I'm why I'm talking and why I'm taking his example is because if you have read his story, he also had.
I want to get retired at 65. He started his entrepreneurship.
Yeah, true. Colonel Sanders has started at 65, but then why I'm able to compare is because
No,
he
but
also had.
I want to be in the market forever. What I feel, there is a life in my heart. I will be there forever.
No, so he actually created recipe, and then he also went for the franchising model. He was traveling across US and sleeping in his car during the night, and in the day he used to do demo of all the restaurant to take a franchising model. He convinced a few restaurant, and then suddenly it was a boost of franchise. He's getting requests all across USA, and then it was a scale up model. So it was a lot of struggle initially, where he has to convince people that this chicken really tastes good, and then somehow it scaled very fast. Now, last question from my side, and probably then we'll wind up. Is what kind of advice you want to give to college students? Because you can see there are a number of college students at here, and they are quite uncertain as to what to do, whether they have idea or they should take some work experience, because many of them believe that they need to take work experience, or they can directly jump to the entrepreneurship during the graduation itself, because there are government policies also available now. Probably during your time, there may not be SSIP policy, like government of Gujarat has SSIP policy, student startup innovation policy, which helps them for stipend. So 10,000, 15,000 stipend is available. Similarly, Startup India, government of India has also given a lot of funding. If your innovation is really startup, really innovative, you get a funding directly. So what to do? Your advice for college student, Darshan sir, and then I'll go to round of discussion.
Yeah. What happens with the new entrepreneurs in this market? They always see the valuation of the business. This is not the right way to look at the business. What they see that these people are getting the fund of 100 million and 200 million or like that. You will also get that kind of money in the market, but this is not the right time, because just starting your business or any enterprise, you should think about the business, what you want to build. The main thing is that your vision should be clear. What you want to do, it should be a profitable business, and your vision should be very clear. That you should check that आपका vision perfect होना चाहिए कि मुझे क्या करना है. What you want to do, ये देखना जरूरी होता है. करने के लिए करना और फिर बाद में पैसा लेके फिर बाद में नहीं हुआ, ये this should not be there. The failure of the new entrepreneurs is like that कि initially they get money and they spend it behind the innovations and everything, and they doesn't come in the existence, and before that they fail. This is not the right way. There should be a big exercise behind that, where they should find the customers, which kind of customers are required. Everything should be there. And second thing is that the idea is in everybody's mind. The execution of idea is very important over here. So they are getting very much big ideas that say today I will do this. Very few days after they will think that this is the wrong idea, I will do this idea. तो जो आइडिया आपने लगाया है उसके पीछे पड़े रहना वो जरूरी होता है. उसके पीछे there is always a result when you get an idea. There is nothing a wrong idea. मैं तो मेरी ट्रेनिंग में भी मैं बैठता हूँ तो मैं इन्वॉल्वमेंट की बात होती है तो मैं बोलता हूँ मेरे एम्प्लॉइज को रेगुलर कि भाई जो जेब कतरा होता है वो सबसे ज्यादा इन्वॉल्व है अपने बिजनेस में। मेरी ट्रेनिंग में सबसे पहला वर्ड में वही बोलता हूँ कि जो जेब कतरा है दे आर वेरी मच इन्वॉल्व इन दिस बिजनेस बिकॉज उसके लिए तो रिस्क है कि भाई यदि मैं पकड़ा गया तो मैं सीधा जेल जाऊंगा और वो तो ऐसे जेब खाता कि आपको पता भी न चले हाउ मच इन्वॉल्वमेंट इज देयर इन देयर बिजनेस दैट यू हैव टू चेक एंड दैट काइंड ऑफ इन्वॉल्वमेंट इफ यू आर गेटिंग इन योर बिजनेस देन एंड देन यू विल गेट सक्सेस। तो आपको वो इन्वॉल्वमेंट वहां से आपको देखना चाहिए कि वो इन्वॉल्वमेंट हमें अपने बिजनेस में लाना चाहिए। तो दैट काइंड ऑफ इन्वॉल्वमेंट शुड बी देयर इन द बिजनेस एंड ऑलवेज हार्ड वर्क एंड डेडिकेशन टुवर्ड्स योर वर्क एंड ऑनेस्टी टुवर्ड्स योर वर्क इज वेरी मच रिक्वायर्ड फॉर न्यू एंटरप्रेन्योर्स आई कैन से।
True. This actually reminds me a story, दर्शन सर। जब आपने वो जेब कतरे का बात किया ना तो आई जस्ट गिव यू अ क्विक स्टोरी। मतलब एक थोड़ा सा छोटा सा एनेक्डोट जैसा है कि एक राजा का एक बेटा था जो कभी बहुत टाइम से बीमार था और बहुत सारे लोगों ने बहुत सारे वैद्य ने उनकी ट्रीटमेंट की बट कोई उनको सही नहीं कर पाया। तो देन कोई एक ऋषि मुनि आए और उन्होंने बच्चे को पकड़ के उसका मुंह पानी के अंदर डाल दिया। फिर वो एकदम बौखला गया कि भाई मैं सांस नहीं ले पा रहा हूँ और फिर उसको थोड़े टाइम के बाद बाहर निकाला। फिर उसको पूछा कि भाई तुझे जब पानी में था तब सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत किस चीज़ की लगी? देन ही टोल्ड कि भाई मुझे सांस लेना मतलब ऑक्सीजन सांस लेने की। तो बोला कि जब तुझे जितनी ज़रूरत पानी के अंदर ऑक्सीजन की थी ना अगर उतनी ज़रूरत तुझे सही होने की लगेगी खुद की कंडीशन को सही करने की जब इच्छा होगी तब तो अपने आप सही हो जाएगा, तुझे और किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। सिमिलरली बिजनेस में भी मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जब तुम्हें जो ये पानी में जो हमें ऑक्सीजन की जरूरत पड़ती है इतनी जब हमें बिजनेस के बारे में नीड हो कि नहीं मुझे सक्सेस होना ही है तो आई बिलीव सक्सेस होगा ही बिकॉज
कोई भी धंधा छोटा नहीं होता है। इवन यू कैन से इन 2013 व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड दिस बिजनेस आई कैन से अबाउट माय सेल्फ बिकॉज आई हैव डन दिस आई हैव पास थ्रू दिस जर्नी कि चाय का धंधा छोटा धंधा था।
राइट
चाय का धंधा वाज नॉट अ बिग बिजनेस। आज मैं प्राउडली कैन से आई हैव मैनेज दिस बिजनेस और मैंने व्हाइट कॉलर बिजनेस बनाया उसका। चाय मैंने इन्वेंट नहीं किया, दिस इज नॉट माय इन्वेंशन। चाय तो बहुत सालों से लोग पीते हैं और पीते आए हैं तो लेकिन चाय के धंधे को व्हाइट कॉलर नहीं था, इट वाज नॉट अ व्हाइट कॉलर बिजनेस। कोई लेडी चाय का धंधा करे, कोई पढ़े लिखे लोग चाय का धंधा करे, देयर वाज नोबडी वेयर इन द मार्केट कि वो पढ़े लिखे लोग वो एक पर्टिकुलर सेगमेंट में ही काम होते थे, वहां पे जाके हम चाय पीते थे। तो चाय का धंधा व्हाइट कॉलर उसको मैंने व्हाइट कॉलर जरूर किया है। तो इनिशियली ये सब चैलेंजेस आती है। मैंने भी मेरी दुकान चलाई तब मुझे बोलते थे लोग कि ये तुम क्या पागलपंती कर रहे हो, ये चाय का धंधा थोड़ी आपके लिए है। तो बट योर विजन शुड बी क्लियर कि व्हाट यू वांट टू डू।
Yeah, true. Because not everybody would be able to understand what you are trying to do, right? Everyone will say कि what you are currently doing, but your vision is very big that you want to achieve that.
Yeah. पहले दिन से मैं I have decided that I will make minimum 100 outlets of it और मुझे 1 लाख का फरोज के चाय बेचने, यदि ये बिक पाया तो ही मैं धंधा करूंगा वरना नहीं करूंगा। When I started my business I was not knowing, मैं चाय के पिए बिना मुझे कोई पता नहीं था चाय के बारे में, मुझे चाय पीना ही जानता था, उसके ज्यादा मुझे कोई पता नहीं था।
Right.
ये सब करने के बाद ही पता लगता है कि what you are doing.
True. Sonak, over to you.
आज हमारे फ्रेंचाइजी में there are many doctors even, there are so many doctors are running our outlets, many engineers are there who are running और बहुत सारे लोग जो मुझसे बहुत ज्यादा पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं और there is a free advising to me कि भाई आप मेरे तो इतना बड़ा टीम है आज फ्रेंचाइजी का कि सब पढ़े लिखे हो और आई एम गेटिंग फ्री एडवाइस फ्रॉम देयर इवन। हमारा एक बीकानेर का फ्रेंचाइजी है तो व्हाट दे आर शी इज एमडी डीजीओ एंड शी इज रनिंग अ टी आउटलेट। या
okay.
I feel very proud of that time that I am getting this kind of people with me.
Yeah, and they also give you feedback also, right? Free advice and
they give you. But this is a free advice what I am getting. Otherwise, I have to charge for
them. Yeah, exactly. Pay them, and to motivate them to, creating a brand such a big and such a valuable that they want to engage with your brand. Really, itself is a good, big achievement. Yeah. Sonak, over to you. What kind of message you want to give to college student regarding entrepreneurship?
So, a very simple message which I have for everyone: don't go for shortcuts. We hear that that Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates, they didn't even graduate from college, but like they were in Harvard, right? It took them to go to Harvard to say all these things. So there are no shortcuts, and it's very easy to to invest money. It's very easy to look for investors. But the biggest challenges which I have seen in entrepreneurship is sales. is to sell things, is to get revenue, is to generate revenue. Right? सब लोग बोलते हैं कि मैं इतना पैसा रेज करूंगा and मैं I'll buy this machinery, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll hire. You know, they talk about how to spend their money, but not many people talk about how to generate money,
Right.
right? Or how to generate revenue.
Right.
So any business model which you are thinking of, focus on key who's going to pay you money. Right? You want to get into manufacturing. Why will anyone pay you money to buy a product at a certain price? Right? In my own industry, in restaurant industry, people say that I want to open a pizza outlet. Why? Because हम वो अच्छे discount में हम बेचेंगे और हम bulk volume करेंगे and we'll compete against Domino's. Right? I've heard people talk like this. But the right way to go about it is I've done enough research to make sure that my pizza is at par or better than what Domino's is offering. Hence, my entire model says that I will give a superior pizza, which is this, which will be cheaper than what Domino's is selling it at. Right? So when you look at a business model, it's not कि बस मैं इतने करोड़ पे या मैं ऐसा मैं machine खरीदूंगा, because then you're not talking about generating revenue. You're talking about spending money.
Right.
So you have to be very, very cautious, when you are making your business plan, and don't get tapped into what कि लोग क्या सोचेंगे, लोग क्या बोलेंगे, what will people say, and if we did this, so even I want to do this. It's perfectly fine if you want to work for a few years and then you want to go into entrepreneurship. There's no there's no single roadmap कि बस entrepreneurship करना है तो 3 साल काम करो, इतना सेव करो, फिर ये करो. नहीं, there is no certain plan. You have to be creative, you have to be independent, you have to be original, right? And one thing which Elon Musk says repeatedly, right? People keep asking him, how do you know so much? You're into you make spaceships, and you're into solar, and you're into electric cars. So he just says one thing, that I read books.
Yeah. Sure.
Hence, he's so well informed with what's happening in the world that he's always ahead of the game. He's always ahead of the time.
Right.
Hence, if you want to be into entrepreneurship, make sure that you know enough. Make sure you know more than what your competitors know, and make sure that whatever you're trying to do, you have a certain niche, you have a certain segment where you're better than others. Right? In our own company, in our fine dine restaurant, 3 महीने पुराना restaurant, और COVID आया, pandemic आया, we had to shut down. Imagine when we had to restart, what all hardships we had to go through. But because we had a good product, we could survive in the market, right? We survived for 12 months, and now today I know for sure that even with this second wave, we are going to sail through, only because our product is right, only because it took us 6 to 9 months in starting the restaurant. We knew exactly what we wanted to do. We knew exactly what kind of food we wanted to serve. Today, even with COVID, our new restaurant does more business than what established restaurants do. And it's only because we have always been focused on our product or on our services. Right? So just a suggestion, be very focused on what you are trying to sell.
Many times, as you clearly mentioned, value proposition is not very clear to student. So many times we have this exercise of presenting unique business plan at the end of entrepreneurship management subject. And when I go through their business plan, one thing I realized that they have innovative idea, but they don't have clarity as to whom this innovative idea will attract, because you have hammer, and so everything looks like a nail. You just want to hit it, but then you don't have any requirement in place. What is the customer base? What is your value proposition? How are you different than competition? Who is currently fulfilling that need, and how are you going to do it better than your competition? Those kind of answer, I mean, student level, they don't think of it, and
See,
I
I'll
push
tell you,
them. Yeah.
for those making business plans and all, you cannot sit in an office or sit at home and and make a business plan, because to be honest, I can make a business plan of a pharma company sitting at home, but it's going to fail.
Right.
If you are serious about starting a business, you have no idea what all you have to do. You have to meet so many people. You have to do so much of experiments. You have to invest some money. You have to invest a certain amount of time.
Right.
Making a business plan is the easiest thing. Trust me.
Right.
But
Excel business है वो.
making a successful business plan is what is the most challenging, right? What actually matters is what all homework have you done, or what all homework are you doing to make sure that your product is successful.
True. Sure. Swati ma'am, over to you. If someone want to make a career in entrepreneurship, what are your advice for college students specifically?
According to me, I think first of all, you need to sit and plan your own SWOT analysis, which is very much important. You need to decide like if you are a person for entrepreneurship or not. Even job can make you good to success. It's not that only entrepreneurship can take you somewhere. So you need to decide like if you have all those kind of qualities, or you are happy with the kind of journey, and then you can decide even whenever if you're choosing something that should be based on your own skill and not what trends are there and not what others are doing. So you need to create your own zone of going ahead, and even after that you need to actually work for your ideas and customers. Whatever you are doing, is it serving something good to others? Is it doing something good to your customers? So based on that, if you'll select your particular niche, I think you can go ahead with that with more or less good success. I think manageable success with that. And the third thing I think is a regular and continuous innovation in your product is required. Even after you launch, you come up with your brand, it is important to actually keep your eye on things and innovate your own products. रहो खुद से ही आगे जैसा concept है कि आपको खुद के ही products के ऊपर भी continuously work करते रहना चाहिए and creativity and innovation लानी चाहिए. So that's what I think.
True. You are right in saying that continuous innovation is equally important. As Darshan sir has also mentioned that टीपोस में भी नया करना पड़ेगा, नया मॉडल. जैसे उन्होंने बोला कि इसी वाला हमने अभी लॉन्च किया है. सिमिलरली इन योर केस ऑल्सो, जैसे शौनक ने बताया कि भाई मेनू चेंज करना पड़ेगा अगर हमें करंटली कोविड से अगर फेस करना है. तो इन योर केस ऑल्सो you need to figure out some innovation, because once you stop being innovative, I believe you stop becoming and your journey of entrepreneurship ends there, and you become a typical business which anybody will copy and then compete and probably overcome and do better than you. So continuous innovation is very much required, as you clearly mentioned. Suhasini ma'am and Harpreet ma'am, from your side, last comments on being a student if they want to become entrepreneur. What kind of advice you want to give them?
Harpreet, you want to take this?
Yeah. So I think first of all, if you have an idea and if you're willing to do a business, there is no right or wrong time. Have an idea, do your market research, be willing to take risks, enjoy the process, and just get started on it. The more you get into these complicated things about kya chalega, kya nahi chalega, kya karna hai, is just going to complicate your life and your thought process. If you have an idea, just make it work. But be rest assured that you have to take a lot of risks, and what's important is do your market research very well. Know what your customers want, and yes, definitely don't forget to enjoy the whole process of being an entrepreneur and doing something for yourself and for, of course, the customers that you have to provide for.
Sure.
Yeah. So
and also one thing I wanted to add, from the previous topic when we said, the work-life balance thing, that also connects to this point wherein, we've all said that we've had supportive families. That doesn't mean that our families were not doubtful or giving us negative feedback or making, us feel like, listen, this is not correct, or, pointing out the wrongs. I mean, there's somebody might say, I want to do this, but my family is not supportive. Like, it does take time for your, support circle to also understand and acclimatize, and it's totally fine that process, till they start actually believing in and, supporting. Like, my family is not from a business family. So they were like super skeptical on what I'm getting into. And they thought like, it's just like something that she's trying out. And it's fine that they had that belief, because it gave me time to prove myself. And to them. So, like this aspect of making roadblocks into, like walls is something that that perspective needs to change, wherein you're supposed to actually take it into stride, and you must be willing to have that intent to drive through. That's it. Yeah.
Right. True. So I believe, just to conclude, we had a lot of good discussion across points of not considering failures, but considering stepping stones, how to get the opportunity, what kind of work-life balance you need to manage during the entrepreneurial journey, what kind of qualities required. And as you have clearly told Suhasini ma'am that it's not a mold, and I also believe that it's there can be no single mold, because we have number of entrepreneurs. As I give you example, we have, and some student has also asked question. Any one of you can, I just missed one question from student. Any one of you can take a dig at it. He was saying that specific education is required because we are seeing a lot of entrepreneur of IIT and IIMs in in India. They are becoming poster boys of Indian startup ecosystem, and they get all the series funding, probably unicorn also they become. What about people who are from tier 1, tier 2 institute? So any does education play an important role? Do MBA, BBA required, or any education is okay, or not at all? I mean, education is not at all important also, because in developed country, you as Sonak has clearly mentioned, people don't even finish their graduation; they take dropout. And I think in housing.com also, the founder 11-member team entirely was dropout of IIT Bombay, right? So education plays a role or not that important? What do you think? Any one of you can take answer. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely plays a role. It creates a maturity in your mind level that when you become a graduate, you come across many matured people. Just not I'm going to do the graduation in BCom or BSc or MBA or like that, but I'm sitting across many matured people that just to sit between these people, just education is very much required over there. But you cannot say that IIT and IIM and all that are getting the funds. You have seen that you're reading in the newspaper that this IIT guys, because so many people are there in the market. They are not IIT and not IIM. They are also getting very good fund, and because they are having very good ideas.
Yes,
I am getting very good fund that I have completed my graduation with Rajkot's Atmiya College. I am also getting out of it. With good valuation, I am getting it. There is no issue. Your idea should click. What happens with IIT and IIM, they are having a very good presentation skill. That's why they get the money. And then after what happens that as per their presentation, they don't work even. वो फेलियर का किस्सा भी बहुत है मार्केट में. ऐसा थोड़ी है कि आईआईटी ने सब ले लिया.
True.
For ultimately for your idea should click. आपका idea concrete होना जरूरी है.
True.
And that makes sense.
True. Sonak, you were also saying something. You have raised
Yes,
your hand. Yeah.
so I'll just share a very interesting story from my college. So I did my mechanical engineering from Manipal, and I'm very proud of saying that I was always a backbencher, right? I never got A grades. I was always, a seven pointer. Now, in my third year, I was part of this team where we made an all-terrain vehicle, and we took it to the US and we raced it. Right? It was a very interesting competition. We literally built a car and we raced it in the US. You'd be surprised. We did not refer to a single textbook. Neither did we take help of a single professor. The only areas where we learned was Google and YouTube. That's it. Right. Why I'm mentioning that is because today we have so many sources of different information. Without a background in hospitality, I can still learn 20 different techniques of making a pizza. I have to be wise enough to learn what is required. Right. So there's so much information. There's so much knowledge which is available out there. Never ever mix education with learning. Right. Education is one thing, but just being educated will not get you anywhere. You have to learn, and not learn what is being taught. You have to learn much more than that.
Sure. If you want to add anything,
This-
Swati ma'am or Swasini ma'am, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this whole I agree with what Shaunak said, and this whole concept of getting education from a college is something that's so wrong in how our whole system is generated and developed. Like we always are like ये degree है and ये यहाँ से pass हुए हैं and हम इतने साल college गए हैं, and that actually doesn't make you smart or capable of running anything. Like it's the constant, like for myself, like I did 5 years of architecture, did my master's in architecture, I did not learn from anywhere except the internet, and I took courses, learned on my own. And I can probably say that even if I don't know what I'm doing, I have access to resources. And I know that's a privilege, but it's accessible everywhere. And
Everywhere.
I would advise everybody to take on it. Like, don't feel shy to say that you don't know something, and don't feel like, oh, that makes you wrong, or it's a negative or something like that. Because there's Coursera, there's Skillshare, and there's so many tools out there to actually make you feel empowered into doing something that's totally out of your zone.
Yeah.
And I think we should be blessed with the kind of technology that we have in our times. Like, I'm sure that when Darshan sir, when he started in 93, it would have been so much more difficult than it is now. Like, it must be insanely difficult to actually, understand who is actually even buying without Instagram, tags and hashtags and all coming in. So I think make use of what we have. And yeah, I mean, IITs and all are popular, but it's fine. I mean, they live and we live. That's it.
True. Makes sense. Yeah. So I think with that I'll conclude. Thank you very much, Darshan sir, Sonak sir, Swati ma'am, Suhasini ma'am, Harpreet ma'am. We had a really good discussion, and I think students must have learned a lot of things about, and a lot of doubts must have been cleared about entrepreneurship management. As we have clearly mentioned, it's all about idea. Financing can take care of itself if you have a good idea. There are no failures; they are stepping stones, and there are learnings involved. And there can be no one more. There are just quality required, and anybody can learn if they don't have that specific skill set. There are a lot of opportunity available online also where they can learn also. And I think COVID has actually made that very clear, because previously we were just had classroom session where faculty will only teach. Now students are learning from everywhere. I mean, so thank you very much with that. I really appreciate that you have spent time, dedicated time, and given us the opportunity for interaction and insightful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So I
Thank
will,
you.
yeah, thank you. So I'll hand over to Mahima now.
Thank you so much, everyone, for taking out the time and sharing your journey as an entrepreneur. And thank you so much, sir, for conducting the whole panel so well and giving us real life examples in between. I'm pretty sure people who are driven to start their own business would have gained so much out of this and taken out points from various, because you all are from such different fields. Someone is from a hospitality background, someone's from a artistic stationery background, someone's from Ayurveda. So the whole like the whole wholesome package was really interesting and engaging to listen to everyone. And I really appreciate you guys coming on board for this, and let's hope to stay connected ahead and keep learning and growing together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now moving ahead, I would like to call upon Heta Shah for introducing our next speaker, Mr. Farzan Gadalia. Over to you, Heta.
Our next speaker is Mr. Farzan Ghadiali. Mr. Farzan Ghadiali is the Senator India for the World Business Angel Forum and affiliated partner of the G20 Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion. He is also a mentor with the Atal Incubation Center, a leading incubation center supported by the Government of India. He is on the mentor board of the incubation at IIM Sirmaur. By profession, he is an investment banker and heads a multi-family office. He has a rich experience in the financial services industry in India and overseas. He is a member of the prestigious $1 Million Round Table Club and has been a top of the table and court of the table, two of the highest accolades for the financial advisor. He has been a speaker at many international and national conferences on personal finance, private equity, and family office. He is the author of 2 books, Investing in Turbulent Times and Investing in the Turbulent Decade That Was and Beyond. He writes in the leading financial newspapers, including the Midday, where his column features every Monday in the finance section. He is a visiting faculty in leading management colleges like SP Jain, NMIMS, Wellinger, etc. Nationalist at heart, helps companies and investors around the world access the Indian markets and has played a key role in helping large corporates setting up their Indian operations and scale up their operations within India. We welcome you, sir. We are very lucky to have you today. Looking forward to hear from you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can I just share my screen, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Neil.
Yes, sir. You can share the screen.
It says disabled. Sharing rights are disabled.
Sir, I have given you the rights. You can share.
Okay. Okay. Can you see the presentation, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So what we will go through today is basically we will go through the startup ecosystem and the journey that we are really looking at in terms of starting up and being the next unicorn. Over the last few months, we've really seen India going through very, very turbulent times. Over the last 1 year, the pandemic has hit India bad. Over a period of time, things rectified probably in the last month of December, early January. Things looked as if normalcy was going to return. Green shoots to the economy really happened. However, we see a second wave that is really, really hitting the Indian economy. Among all this, what is amazing is the financial services has not gone down. When I talk about financial services, I look at in terms of one is the stock market. The disconnect between the economy and the stock market has been amplified during the COVID times. And so has the ecosystem as far as startups are concerned. When the pandemic hit India, probably about last March is when it hit in India, for the first 2 to 3 months, people were very unsure that, listen, what are we going to do? Investors were playing a wait and watch strategy. However, that has been really overcome, and we really see unicorns after unicorns that are really emerging in India. For our friends who really need to understand what a unicorn is, when your company gets $1 billion valuation, $1 billion valuation is you become a unicorn. So there are a large number of unicorns that have emerged as far as India is concerned. So for a lot of young students, there is a very difficult choice to make today. That should I take up a job? Should I end up in my family business? Or should I really look at starting something? Well, about 10 years back, if someone asked that same question, the third option of starting something was something that was very remote. And people were saying, what are you doing? How can you really look at a startup? However, what have we seen? We've seen in the last decade that companies that have been established for 4 and 5 years have had valuations that are much, much larger than companies that have been around since decades. Okay, so there are various examples of really what we are really looking at. So the whole ecosystem is, let's understand what do investors look at, what is this ecosystem, and if some of you all are really already having a startup or looking at a startup, how can you really scale it up? So if you really look at the ecosystem in India, it's fairly established now. 15 years back, this system was not really established. There were very few investors that were around, very few traction that as far as the startup was concerned, very few people that were looking at the startup ecosystem. However, now in India, the ecosystem is really, really established. When I say established, people are looking at really looking at startups. A lot of people are really really starting up. On average, at a family office like mine, on average, I look at 10 proposals a week. 10 proposals a week consistently come in for funding. Someone requires X amount, someone requires Y amount. So what does it really signify, and what does it really show? It really shows that the time has come, as far as India is concerned, that large number of people are taking up to the, as far as the startup ecosystem are concerned. Now, when you look at the ecosystem of startups, there are few sectors that will always get the fancy for investors. It is not that every company that is there can really be funded as far as a startup is concerned. Let's take a simple example. If you have a trading company that is doing 2,000 crores in turnover and say probably a 2 or 3% margin, do you think that you will be able to attract probably a venture capital or private equity? Probably not. However, if you're really looking at a smaller company that's doing 10 and 12 crores and is a very scalable business model, you would attract venture capital, private equity. So what is important for young people to really turn their startup into a unicorn is the mindset. So that we will just see that what investors really look at and how is it really different as far as the conventional business is concerned. Now, when you look at the ecosystem, when you really look at the Indian ecosystem, you have various entities that are really there. I quickly run through each one of them. Angel investors, as the name suggests, these are investors that really want to invest small amounts of money. Small amounts of money, it could be as small as 10 lakh rupees to it can be as high as a few crore rupees. So when they invest this kind of money in startups, they see something in these startups that, okay, I invest at a certain valuation. Okay, let me put my money now. Hopefully the company does well and I will exit at a higher valuation. Over the period, as I said, as the ecosystem is really involved, angel investing has become an asset class. Like a lot of y'all would put money in the stock market, the real estate, probably gold, and various other avenues. Say 2% or 4% of the wealth has already been channelized to startups. I'll give you a simple example. A client of mine is based out of Bangalore. I manage his portfolio, very, very well-to-do professional. He was one of the highest ranking officers at Infosys. He was investing in the stock market. He was investing really in the commodity market, and he was getting a return. Things were fine. He invested 10 lakh rupees in Flipkart. And he said that, listen, I met the guys. I felt there is something that is really there. And those days they were only selling books. They said, I felt that there is some current with these guys. Something will happen. So I took a chance as far as 10 lakhs is concerned. At a time when he was given an exit, that 10 lakhs was valued at approximately 6.5 crores. So that is the reason a lot of large investors have started looking at the startup ecosystem. That, listen, if I put money in 10, probably 7 or 8 will go down the drain. I will lose my money. But if 1 or 2 do really, really well, overall at a portfolio level, my return will be very high. So that is the reason a lot of known names in the industry, okay, like one of the best names in the industry is Mr. Tata. Why do you think he's looking at it as an angel investment? Same concept that, if I look at probably 10 companies and 2 do exceptionally well, I really get a good return. So there was a time about 10 years back wherein there were very few angel investors. You had to really, really look for those angel investors. Now that's not the case. I think every wealth management setup, every portfolio management setup has a couple of investors who are looking at this asset class. And this asset class, people know the risk. People know that, listen, out of 10, probably 7 or 8 will go down. So that's the way it is. Second, you have angel networks. So what really happens is, if I'm an investor and I decide to invest money in a certain startup, there's a lot of work that has to be done. Valuation has to be carried out. Legal documentation has to be done. A lot of post investment follow-ups have to be done, which cost a lot of money. And it becomes very difficult for a startup to bear this kind of cost. At the same time, as an investor today, imagine if I'm putting, say, 10 lakh rupees in a company, I can't afford to have a separate lawyer, a valuation carried out, etc., because that will be a lot of money. So what people do is people come together and form an angel network. Usually angel networks are probably city-centric. Like you will have a Mumbai angels, Jaipur angels, that kind of thing, wherein people staying in one city come together, get economies of scale. That, listen, here is a startup, we want to put in 2 crores. Let's all come together. Let's put in certain amount of money. Let's also bear the cost of compliance in terms of valuation, legal, all of that. And that is how they really form networks. So even the angel network that is really, really there as far as India is concerned is really developed. There are various forums that are really existing today that look at anywhere between 10 lakh rupees to as high as a few crore rupees. So you can really look at it. Then you have what is known as professional venture capital funds. Venture capital funds are funds wherein these guys are registered with SEBI. They professionally manage money, and they probably look at a slightly higher ticket size. They probably look at, say, about $500,000, $1 million, and they look at companies that are probably graduated from an angel investment stage. Then obviously you have, at a matured stage, you have private equity. Private equity guys are the guys who look at relatively larger deals. At the same time, as you know, the capital can be raised in two real ways. One, you look at equity side of it. So wherein an investor comes and puts money in terms of equity. And second is on the debt side of it, because every business that is really there will have certain working capital requirements, will have requirements in terms of funding its OPEX, operational cost that is there. So what are the options we have? One, we have NBFCs, non-banking financial companies. So you go to them and probably get debt. It's not an easy proposition, my friends. It's still very, very difficult. then obviously you have what is known as alternate investment funds, in which you have venture debt. That is something that I would like to emphasize on. What is venture debt? Venture debt are funds that are registered under AIF, that is alternate investment funds, that look at giving debt to companies that have been funded by venture capital guys. So if there is a company that has been, say, example, it's being funded by a Sequoia or a Matrix partners, they have given them equity. At the same time, they require some amount of debt, some amount of loan is really required. So there are these specialized funds that are doing venture debt, that look at really giving debt to the company so that they can grow and manage working capital. Now, what's important for you all to know is what's the difference between a venture debt fund and probably a private sector bank or a public sector bank. It's the mindset that is there. When you go to your banker, the first thing you need to tell your bankers, conventional wisdom, that listen, this is the sales I do. X is say I do 10 crores of sale, I do 3 crores of profit, and you please give me a loan because next year I will do 15 crores of sale and probably 5 crores of profit. That is the normal thinking. However, most startups grow on top line, that is sales, but they are loss making. Now, when these startups are loss making, no bank will really look at it. But however, because they've been funded by a venture capital company, a venture debt fund will really look at it. What they look at, we will look at it in this slide. Now, what is important for you all to really look at is come out of conventional wisdom. What is conventional wisdom? You start a business. If it doesn't succeed in 1,000 days, that is 3 years, if it doesn't succeed, shut down the business. Okay, it's not working. It's probably the time is bad, probably luck is bad, probably you didn't get the right team, you did not get capital, whatever reason. That's a conventional way of looking at it, right? The 1,000 days, if it works in 1,000 days, it works, and obviously otherwise I will shut it down. Second most important thing, why do we do business? You ask probably people that come from family businesses, why do you all do business? You all do business to make profit. Now there's a problem here. The problem is of the mindset. The problem is of the mindset is, if you look at it, when you look at the venture capital world or when you look at the private equity world, they are just looking at one thing: sales growth, top line growth, and top line growth. They are not bothered about profitability. They don't mind if you're making a loss. I'll repeat. They don't mind if you're making a loss. If you go back to your parents, probably your family investors, and really say that, listen, I am doing the business of 10 crores and I'm losing 4 crores. People will say, why are you doing business? What logic is this? We are not going to give you money to lose money. Same thing a banker will really say. However, a venture capitalist doesn't look at it this way. They look at it in a very different way. They look at it in a way wherein your top line keeps growing. That is, your sales keep growing, and you capture market share and you lose money. Let me just take you to the next slide and get you back. Some of the unicorns, I've just listed a few unicorns that I could find offhand, okay, which have become the latest unicorns in India. Look at the last column there, my friends. Look at the last column there. Look at the losses they have really had. Cred 360 crores, Khata book 126 crores, Paytm 2,942 crores. Okay, Big Basket 610 crores, Swiggy 3,900 crores. So what are we trying to say here? All these are so-called unicorns. They have been valued at $1 billion. This is very difficult to sink in. But today, if you want to get into the startup ecosystem, my friends, get this thought very clear. The right-hand side column, loss column, is not a problem. It's not a problem at all. Look at Cars 24. They have lost 285 crores last year. Do you sell cars at a loss? Common sense says obviously not. However, they have captured market share. So if you go through these, if you go through all of these and many more startups that are really there, the losses keep compounding over a period of time. That's not a problem. This is the first mindset you need to change. That even if you make a loss, you are fine. It's very difficult to digest, very difficult to explain, but this slide really helps you. That listen, there's no problem. And how do they manage the losses? Now, the question that you all should ask me is, listen, if you're looking at Big Basket that has lost 610 crores last year, How are they really managing the losses? They are managing the losses by fresh funding. That means fresh funding keeps coming so that these losses are really, really managed. That's the mindset that you all should really get into. That the key is top line growth, and top line growth. Keep growing your sales over a period of time. That's the most important. Loss, not a problem. No problem. Get out of that. That I can't do a loss-making business. Please get out of that situation. Okay, funders do fund. We just saw it in the slide there. That's the testimony to it. You will really have things that are really loss-making, continue to be loss-making over a period of time, and probably still keep getting funding. What is important is market share. Very, very important. If you are looking at doing a startup, you have to really look at it in terms of what is going to be your market share. If you are start in a certain specific city, certain specific geography, you got to capture market share over a period of time through funding. Move away from that city or geography and go to other places and capture market share. What a venture capital investor is looking at along with top line is what is your market share. You started at 2% market share, you've taken 10% market share. So you've really, really grown. Remember one thing, India is really the best country as far as demographic divide is concerned. It's the consumption capital of the world. It's the consumption capital of the world. When I really say consumption capital of the world, what do I really mean? I really mean that the consumption story in the world, if anywhere is played out, it is going to be played out and is played out in India. That is the reason every brand that is there wants to enter the Indian market. Why do they want to enter the Indian market? To put it in their philosophy. A lot of times, a lot of these foreign brands come to India and put one representative shop somewhere in one of the malls or one of the better locations. Why do they do that? Because they can go back home and get a better valuation. That we are trying to be a part of a country with 1 billion population and keep growing. So what is India? The consumption capital. Market share is very, very important. Third thing, extremely important. Please look at growing valuation. When I say growing valuation, what does it mean? That means first time when you get funded, probably you have a valuation of say 10 crore rupees. Someone values at 10 crore rupees. Say, I will come to you and say that, okay, it's a great startup. You want 1 crore rupees. Your valuation is 10 crore rupees. Give me 10% of equity. So the 10% equity comes to me. 90% remains with you all and probably your employees if you all have ESOPs. Now, when you come for the second round or the subsequent round of funding, you all should come at a higher valuation. If you come at a 20 crore valuation or 25 crore valuation, am I benefited as an investor? Answer is yes. Because remember, what did I invest? I invested 1 crore to get 10% in your company. Now you're valuing your company at 25 crores. So what is my 10% worth? My 10% is worth 2.5 crores. So notionally, I have already made that kind of valuation. So it's all a valuation game. You will have to really look at it in terms of valuation, that every time you raise money, it has to be at a higher valuation. When you have a valuation that becomes lower is where you are entering a difficult territory. That is where it becomes really, really difficult. Last but not the least, always remember, a lot of times when we take money to start a business from friends, family, anyone, relatives, a bank, what is the biggest question we have? How will we return this money? How will we give this money back? That's a big tension, right? That today I've taken this capital. How will I return this capital back? Forget that mindset. Mindset is very, very different when you're looking at venture capitalists. At 10 crores valuation, you've taken 1 crore and given him 10%. Fair enough. The next valuation is at 25 crores. The next valuation is probably at 50 crores. Now returning that money, that 1 crore, is not your problem. That is the problem of the investor. That he's already invested in it, and probably he will really gain notionally at a later point. So that thing of as far as giving an exit is concerned is not really, really prevalent as far as the venture capital world is concerned. So just to sum up, I would say four things rather. Top line, extremely important. Loss is not a problem. Market share, very, very important. Growing your valuation is extremely important. and exit is not your problem. It remains the problem of the investor. Any questions, guys? Feel free to ask, please. Guys, any questions so far?
Hi, Farzan. This is Hitesh.
Yes, Hitesh.
Just one thing, you have hinted that in your presentation so far, but just to put it very bluntly, that will the good idea get good money, or is it the money that attracts the good idea? A lot of students ask this to us as a faculty.
To be very honest with you, Hitesh, I think the idea needs to be good. Okay, idea needs to be good. Okay, if you have a bad idea, you may get funded first time. Right. Okay, by chance you may get funded first time, but you will not get funded subsequently. If you look at all these unicorns, what is this? All these unicorns that you are looking at is you are looking at funding after funding after funding. So if you are a promoter of Big Basket and Swiggy, believe me, you don't have to go to the funds. The funds come to you. They come to you. So the life is very different when you cross a certain barrier. Like I'll tell you, without say Cars 24, I met these guys about 6 years back. Okay, 6 years back, they were ready to come any place, anytime, take any call anywhere. That kaise bhi paisa de do, sir. Today the scenario is, if you had to go to Car 24 as an investor, you have to prove your credentials. That listen, money everyone is giving me. What is that extra you will give more than me? So I think there are two parts to it. Idea has to be very good, and second, execution has to be of par excellence. Please remember, you may have the best idea, but someone will execute it better than you. So that management team, the promoter drive is extremely important. So good idea is very, very important. As I said, maybe a bad idea may get funded. Like there's like last 2 years, there's a big boom as far as fintechs are concerned. So you may have an average idea that you may get funded one round, maybe a 2-3 crores funding may happen. You may not get it again. That kind become a problem. Exactly. So I mean,
what you said is very true. Execution is, I believe, is far more important than the good idea also.
Absolutely. Today, why do they say that what matters in a startup is the team? Why? That is the reason, because you've got to really execute it really well. If you look at all these startups, if you see this list of startups, there's no rocket science in it. There's no rocket science in any of these. I mean, it's plain vanilla that is really there. I mean, each one of them, I mean, I'm sure that if 2-3 people of us get together, we can do a similar job. Right. But the point is, can you execute it to perfection? That is what is really really important.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. Guys, what is also important is for you all to understand that in the Indian context, a lot of times students, especially students, come up to me and say, listen, sir, what do I really do? There are various forms of businesses. Okay, what do I really start? Which firm do I start? How do I really look at it? Please remember, there are various reasons why you have forms of businesses. One is ease of doing business, and second is if you're really looking at it in terms of fundraising. The answer to the question is, if you are looking at it in terms of scale up and fundraising, the ideal structure to have will be a company, obviously a private limited company. However, if today you are really looking at it in terms of starting your business, a lot of times people start businesses not to raise money. I mean, people start businesses to really perform, to do well, to do business actually. So you can have a sole proprietorship, you can have a partnership. Both have its advantages, because today compliance cost is very, very high. Please remember, cost of compliance is extremely high today. So simple thing is, today, if I have just to give you an example, if I have a private limited company, and say there's 10 crores of profit lying in that private limited company, as a promoter, as the owner of the company, maybe 100% owner of the company, can I just pull out my money? You can't do that. Okay, either you have to go via the dividend route, or you will have to really pay yourself in terms of consultation or something like that. So there is a problem. If you go by the dividend route, it is not tax efficient in the Indian context. At the same time, if you're really pulling out in terms of consultancy, again, it's not really very tax efficient. So if you really look at it in terms of a partnership or a LLP, it's relatively easy, where you can really pull out certain amount of money as far as a partner is concerned, as they say, partners drawings. So please remember, as simple, if you are starting a business, to really just get the business going, to really look at it in terms of the normal conventional buddhi and the way normal market, feel free to open a partnership, LLP, sole proprietorship, depending on how it is. I mean, if you're doing it alone, do a sole proprietorship. If you're doing it with a couple of people, do a partnership, or really look at an LLP. However, please remember, if your aim is really looking at in terms of venture capital, please remember, just do a private limited company, else you will not really get the funding. Also, forms of capital, as I've covered, is on the equity side. You really have two sides to it. One is the private one, and second is the public one. When I say private, I mean, we've gone through this. You have what is known as the angel investor, a venture capital, and a private equity side. On the public side of it, you really, public side of it, when I say, you get listed. So basically, when you get listed, get listed in the stock market. There are two boards of the stock market that is there. One is the SME board that is really there, where small and medium enterprises get listed. And second is the main board, where a lot of IPOs really happening. Like over the last few months, if you really saw, a lot of IPOs really are happening. That is where you raise primary capital from. So, but however, you have to reach a certain scale, and you have to really reach a certain a certain position wherein you can really look at it. On the debt side, you have a lot of the plain vanilla things. You go to a bank and an NBFC. You have something that's really come up, is known as peer-to-peer. What is peer-to-peer? Is, I feel if someone is starting a business and if the business is doing good, I want to lend some amount of money to that person. Obviously, my yield will be higher. That is, my interest will be higher because my risk is higher. So I will lend it as a peer. So that's your peer-to-peer lending that is really there. Then you have what is known as, a lot of NBFCs do what is known as structured debt. What a structured debt is, basically, as a startup, I will have a certain cash flow. If I do business, when will I get the money? How will I get the money? So they structure the loan in such a way, depending on your cash flow, how it really goes about. So if, say, for example, if you are, I know, like I'll give you a simple example. One of the startups, they're doing a lot of work with the state governments. Now, the state governments, way they look at it is, they pay after 9 months. How do they really survive the 9 months? So you really look at a structured kind of thing, wherein if the service is rendered to the state government on satisfaction of service, the NBFC releases certain amount of money, and they very well know it will take 9 months to probably get it, and then they take that much interest. So that could be one way. Then you have what is known as really your invoice discounting. It's a very prevalent tool in the Western world. India has started picking up this. What is invoice discounting? Is basically, if you are a startup and you are providing service to a large company, say you're an IT company and you are giving some service to TCS. What does TCS say? TCS says, fair enough that you give us the service. Our service contract says we'll pay you after 90 days. The day you give me the bill, I'll pay you after 90 days. Now for 98 days, what do I do? Where do I go? So based on that, I can go and I can discount that invoice, that listen, instead of waiting for 90 days, probably pay me now and pay me a little less. So there are various innovative structures and cash flow fundings that you really, look at it. On the private equity, on venture capital side, is what do they look at it in business is very, very significant. One, they look at ability to scale up. If I am going to put money in this startup, I am not looking at a 7 and 10% return. I am looking at it today. Can this startup really grow and really capture market share? Can it grow by 25%, 30%, 40%? Okay, gone are those days where you would say, I would grow at 5 and 6 and 10%. No one will give you money. No one will give you money. You have to really show growth in excess of 20, 25%. When you show that kind of growth, it's called scalability. Let's take a simple example. Today, if one of y'all is running probably something as far as the education is concerned, and you all come to me and say, listen, I want 1 crore rupees. How many clients do you have? I have one client as my, one university as my client. Do you have the ability, if I give you that 5 crores or 2 crores, to get another 10 universities? That is the key. Can you really scale it up immediately? It's as simple as that. It's like, I will give you the fuel in the car. Will you fire immediately? That's very, very important. Second, what is the nature of capital that do they really provide? When you have investors, there are various kinds of capital they will provide. One will be a nature of investor wherein say that, listen, I'm giving you a capital now. You do whatever you want with it. You come to me every 6 months with a report and I will look at it. Second could be more involvement, in which they will have probably every 15 days they will have probably a portfolio meet, a company meet. 1 month they would have really a portfolio meet. A lot of companies have a problem with that. That listen, should we, like, I get a lot of startups saying that listen, half the time we're just reporting to an investor that ye kya hai, wo kya hai, rather than growing the business. We don't have time for that. So you will have to really assess this at the start, that what is the nature that they are really looking at. How do they enter the business, and the valuation, as I've explained to you. Valuation extremely important. Simple thing, always work on the number. Take an example of 10 crores or 100 crores. If you're valuing a company at say 10 crore rupees and you're asking for 10%, that guy 1 crore, that guy will get 10%. Now he is here to amplify his earnings. So you will have to really present to him a plan wherein this 10 crore valuation in 24 months goes at least 2.5, 3 times. He's not coming here for 8 and 10%, my friends. 8 and 10%, you will get 6, 7% even in a bank. Okay, because of the risk that is associated with it, you are looking at 2.5, 3 times, or a minimum IRR of 18%. 18% IRR is what we are really looking at. Extremely important. These funds that are there, or these investors that are there, they will have a limited period in terms of how much they invested. They stay invested for you. Say 2 years, 3 years. How much they really have the investment horizon. You will have to mark the exit. If saying that if you give me 1 crore now, after 2 years, after say 1.5 year, 2 years, I'm going to get another investor, my secondary investor. When I get my secondary investor, I will give you a partial exit. You will have to tell him, you'll have to give him a roadmap, or you will have to give him a roadmap saying that, listen, I'm going to get an investor at a much higher valuation. So you will have to really, look at it. One tricky point is family businesses. Family businesses taking any amount of external private equity or venture capital. Venture capital, no, ideally private equity is a very sticky subject. Why? Because again of the mindset. That's one. Second, about the reporting. Okay. So a lot of times I have looked at, like, I'm working with a business. Okay. That business is 600 crores. The turnover of the business is 600 crores. Second generation entrepreneur. A year and a half back, they took approximately $2 million as private equity. Okay. Now the promoters always come to me and listen, we are a 600 crore business. That guy has just invested $2 million. Now what, we have to keep reporting to him? Are we working for them? So that's a problem. So mindset problem will always really continue. As I said, the startup culture that is there, as we discussed, get the right team in place, get the perspective that even if you lose money, it's fine. That's not a real problem. A lot of times a dilemma comes is that should you become a co-founder? What is a co-founder? Is someone is really started a company or started a startup. They've struggled for that 1-2 years. You put in some amount of money and also become a co-founder. That's obviously a choice that you have. Either you can put money and become a co-founder, or expertise. Sometimes you may get IT expertise. Sometimes you may get you may get management expertise. Sometimes you may get fundraising expertise. Like for example, like for me, a lot of offers come that sir, why don't you join our startup? You become a co-founder. We'll give you 10%. You help us raise money. So you are giving what is known as your specialized skill that you're really going to look at. This we've almost covered, that in terms of the debt equity structured really how does it really work? Capital structuring is something I'll just take a couple of minutes on. When I say capital structuring, I mean how much equity should be there, how much debt should be there. Very, very important to understand. One, what is the present situation that is there? Do you have the ability? Does your company have the ability to really attract equity? If it has the ability to attract the equity, does it have the ability to attract some funding in terms of bank funding or NBFC funding? You'll have to look at it. Economic conditions, extremely important. The world has turned around in the last 12 to 15 months. The whole world has turned around. Businesses have changed, ideas have changed, execution has changed. A lot of it has changed. I'll give you a simple example. I know someone who used to run a coaching class. Okay, in Pune, he used to run a coaching class. His turnover was approximately 2.5 crore rupees a year. 2.5 crore rupees a year. What happened? Then COVID-19 hit, and then it was finished. In the sense, he said that no, I can't really go online. It doesn't give the same essence to the students. So I'll suspend the classes. And today, what has really happened? It's been a year, probably more. He's staring down the barrel, and today it's lost market share. So you will have to really look at you will have to really look at what the economic conditions are, what the macroeconomic conditions are, and then look at a startup. That kind of thing. If you're starting something that is there in terms of a necessity today, it may probably work. Something on the luxury side of it may not work. Why? Because the economic conditions are not great. People don't have propensity to spend so much. So you'll have to really keep a record, the tab on that. Capital history, very, very important. How much money you've invested, how much you've taken from your friends, family, etc., and your track record. Last but not the least, couple of points I would like to touch is when you're raising funds, when you're looking for funds, having a great idea is great. Now, understand one thing is, why have you started this company? I met a couple of guys last week. They're very frustrated. They said, we are very frustrated, sir. We've not got funding for 1 year. So I said, well, why did you start the company? He said, we started the company to get funding. The aim of starting the company was to get funding. Please don't do that. Okay, you have a great idea. You have an idea you're passionate about. Forget the world. If you are passionate about your idea, then the money will follow. But don't start a company to really, just get the funding. You'll have to be very, very patient, guys. You'll have to be very patient. You will have to give investor presentations after investor presentations. You will have to continue giving that. I know of a startup that gave 89 investor presentations and then got funded. 89. It's not an easy task, guys. 89 presentations, questions, etc., and then he got really funded. Okay, then insufficient planning, very, very important. When you're starting a startup, please plan. Do you have money for 6 months, 9 months, 1 year? How will you really look at it? Don't really start last minute. You're not going to get capital in 1 month and 2 months. Get that out. It won't really happen. If you get it, very, very lucky, but very rare. Also, please remember, when you're really looking at, raising capital, you will have to knock a lot of those. You will have to knock a lot of those. Don't depend on one or two investors. Look at really a large number of investors. Some of the don'ts, I would say, the biggest pitfalls, the biggest problems is, don't try and appeal to every founder. What does this mean? When I really look at companies and I ask them, what is the USP you get on the table? Why do you think I should invest? The question is ulta. Sir, aap bata do na kya aapko chahiye, hum kar denge aisa. No problem. Whatever you want. If you say this is right, we'll do. Paisa de do. Doesn't work, guys. It doesn't really work. Whatever be the case, your idea is your idea. Have convention in your idea. Stick to that idea. Don't get swayed by some professional investor just telling you, boss, this won't work, this will work. I know of investors purposely doing that. So investors will purposely do this only to see that, does this guy change like in a jiffy, or is he really, really strong? I have attended a presentation with one of the largest private equity venture capital guys. I won't name the fund. They told the founders, your business model is wrong. The founders said that, listen, you want to fund us, fund us. Don't say the business model is wrong. My business model is right. And I will prove it to you here. What happened subsequently? He got funded. He really got funded. Okay. Also please remember, when you look at it, do your due diligence on what it is in terms of what do the funders look at, how do they look at, what are they looking at really, really looking at it. Also, please remember, try and engage a professional person in place. Okay, it may cost you a little bit of money, but try and engage a professional person. I know of a company. I met one promoter. He gave me a presentation. I said, great presentation. I said, ठीक है. He said, sir, but एक ही बात है. I said, बोलो. He's saying, sir, I have sent the presentation to a few people. I said, okay. I said, email the people that you sent it to me. So, I will not really look at it. He had sent it to 19 venture capital guys. 19. There are only about 20 or 22 venture capital guys that look at that sector. 19 guys he's already sent it to, and probably 16 have said no. What are you going to do? it's not really there. So, please be very clear that this is not about just sending a presentation. This is really, it's extremely important, and it's really looking at it in terms of what way you're really looking at what sort of capital. Thanks, guys. I think, in terms of whatever I had to say, I'm open to questions, if any. Please let me know if you all have any questions. Would be happy to discuss, please.
Farzan, this was amazing. This session was too good. As a faculty, even I cherished attending this, and I knew, Sachin had told me, I wanted this session to be in the morning slot actually, when there were more number of participants. But with your permission, Farzan, if you allow, this is already there on YouTube. We are streaming live, and a lot of followers are there.
Okay.
We like to use this, recording in our classes also.
Yes, please go ahead. No problem.
It was very to the point. You pitched. I know that you are good, but still, it was to the point. So, with your permission, I will take this to the class also.
Please do. Please do. Absolutely.
On YouTube, so we can.
Absolutely. And even if you guys, even if your students have any questions later on, feel free to reach out. That's not a problem at all.
Definitely, because this is, we are doing this third edition of this summit. So every year we get participants who are always curious about this one thing. Paisa kidhar se aayega? Plan hai, idea hai. So a good understanding of that is required. So yes.
Guys, what is also important here? Paisa kidhar se aayega? Remember, as I said, have convention in the idea. Get your idea straight. Okay. Yes. Don't chase the other way around. Like, I meet a lot of students. They're saying, sir, wo insurance mein kuch kar lenge. I said, why insurance? Sir, sab paisa wahan pe mil raha hai. It doesn't work that way, guys. It doesn't work that way at all. So, get that very clear, that kind of thing. So,
right, Farzan. Thank you. We are, very privileged to host you at Navrachna University this time.
Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. Any other questions, guys? Anyone?
Mahima, over to you.
Yes, sir. If anyone has any questions, please put it in the chat box.
Right. Fine. So as Farzan said, we can get back to him, if there is any idea. So we have this SSIP, Student Innovation Cell also. So these are management students, but we also have students from engineering and science who have their ideas and they are working on that. So, in that regard also, we sometimes need some guidance. So we will definitely, approach you to see that if an engineering guy has a good idea and how can he, take help in terms of getting a financer or so. Right.
Perfect.
Yes, Heta.
Thank you so much. I would like to extend a hearty vote of thanks for sharing your immense knowledge and experience with us. It was really helpful to us the way you threw a light on the ecosystems of India, and also saying that mindset is the major factor in for the startups, as well as like top line is the extremely important factor in the whole process, and we do not need to worry much about the losses because they would be managed, and it is a investor's concern rather than our concern. So that was a very good point brought by you. I'm sure every one of us would be we'll be very much glad to hear this from you, and it would be very helpful to us. For many of us who will be planning up for these startups, this was a very big learning point for them. Thank you so much, sir.
In fact, Heta herself is an entrepreneur. I can say that, since last many years, she is doing a lot of handmade items that she make, and she gift items that she's doing along with her studies. So, there are a lot of such students, among our group, actually.
Absolutely, guys. All the best. Keep in touch, and if anything, feel free to get in touch with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll surely get in touch with you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Take care.
So with this, I will also like to, yeah, Mahima, go on. Or I should.
Yeah, now to go ahead, sir. I was going to introduce you only to say some concluding statements.
I just thank Farzan a lot, and I'm thankful to CII, YI, Young India, Vadodara chapter Chintan is here. I believe, it is because of these people that we get Farzan and people like Farzan to be part of this summit and help our students to understand a particular issue much better than what we teach in the classroom. We have our own limitations, but these guys come from the profession, they come from the field, so their perspective is completely different and to the point. What I said, what the quality of session in Farzan that I liked most about. So that is amazing. So I'm thankful to CII people also, and also to SSIP because they have been our sponsor for the business plan competition. So Farzan, just to brief you that tomorrow some 20 teams from Pan India,
Okay.
IIM, also Narsimhanji Institute and top institutes, they would be competing for a business plan idea.
Oh, nice.
For some cash prizes that is sponsored by SSIP, Government of Gujarat. So we have those plan competitions arranged tomorrow for them. So
very good.
We
All the best, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. So I congratulate everyone for day one, completion of day one, successful completion of day one. We had fantastic lineup of speakers, and I'm thankful to Firdaus sir and Neha madam for their guidance and coordinating the entire summit so far. And Neha would be coordinating the day two also, the business plan competition. And not the least, all the students, Vasundhara, Mahima, every one of you, Dhruv, Neil, I can name a few, Heta, and everyone I know that you people have worked very hard since a month or so to make this event a success, the third edition of Summit. So congratulations to you also, and a big thank to each one of you. Thank you.
So this was an eventful and very insightful session on entrepreneurship, the ways of doing it, and people from different background coming here and enriching us with their knowledge and ideas and how to go about it. I feel most of us would be encouraged, to develop an idea and fine tune it to become a successful entrepreneur, or at least to give it a try. Like many of them said, just go with the idea, have a clear idea, and go about it, and things will work out if you have the passion and drive for it. Here, I would like to thank our faculty, Mr. Hitesh Bhatia, Mr. Firdaus Solanki, and Ms. Neha Taneja ma'am, for being the pillar of the summit, for pushing us to do better every time, for guiding us throughout the whole process of doing this, and my fellow colleagues who have taken out time out of their studies to coordinate and arrange everything, and for this smooth event which we did today. Thank you everyone for being so cooperative and being there to be working together virtually is not that easy, but we still managed to pull it off, and thanks to each one of you. So now, to conclude the day one of the third entrepreneurship summit, I would like everyone to switch on their cameras if they can for a group picture to virtually embark this memory in our heads. So please everyone, if everyone can just switch on their videos, and then we can take a screenshot. Okay. Okay, Romit, you're taking the screenshot, right? Just let us know when you're done.
Yes.
Okay, I think, yeah. Okay, you're taking.
Slowly and gradually the screen lights up. Each and every face we can see them.
Yes, if you change the view. Sakshi, Mudra, everyone, please, from the first year, they have also been a good, great part of this in promoting and promotional activities. Niyati ma'am and Neha ma'am, everyone is here? Okay, we'll go ahead with it.
Hello, Kashish. I'm glad to see you here, Kashish. Kashish is also our student from BBA and a star entrepreneur in making. He is the first one from School of Business to get the grant from SSIP for his patent.
Nice.
And we are very proud of Kashish.
I thank you, Hitesh sir and School of Business and Law and Firdaus sir to support during this journey. But yet many miles to go.
Of course.
Yeah.
And thank you, sir, Farzan sir, for giving a valuable insight on in business.
My pleasure. Okay, guys, thank you so much. I gotta go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
sir.
Yes, Niyati ma'am is here. So everyone's here. I think the photo is taken.
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much for joining today.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And we
everyone.
look forward to having you all in the coming sessions for the coming years ahead. Our juniors especially, who will be taking the baton ahead
Yes,
of doing
yes.
such successful events.
I must say, with all the limitations that were on hand this time, Vasundhara, Mahima, Dhruv, everyone.
Everyone, sir, yes. Sir.
बहुत सब लोगों ने, I'm naming a few, but आप सब लोगों ने, you have taken a lead and made this event a possible. I'm really.
Cheers to us.
Yeah, of course.
But sir, all because of your guidance and Firdaus sir and everyone.
No,
for
good work. I
guiding
mean,
us.
I thought when many of you got sick, I thought the event may not go forward because without your support, it will not be possible. But then all the team member, irrespective of your health issue, you have worked really hard and make this event successful. So kudos to you. It was all your hard work. We had just probably give you here and there small little kind of help, but it was completely your hard work because from identification of entrepreneur to creating schedule to communicating, it was all team effort from management at NUV. So well done team.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So we have a day 1, a day 2 to also to go. So let us keep some wishes pending for day 2.
Yeah.
I'm sure it will go smooth. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
We have 19 teams, Vasundhara. We have 19,
We have 20 teams, sir.
20 teams. Yeah, good number. Really good number. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Vasundhara, we may communicate to judges once today evening the number of teams and the schedule which you have prepared.
Sure.
So that
Yes, ma'am. There is a slight change also, ma'am. I'll discuss that with you.
okay.
Sure.
और वसुंधरा उनका एड्रेस मंगा लेना so that we can courier them the gift.
Yes, sir. I'll get that.
सिर्फ judges का.
Okay, sir. ठीक है.
Sure. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm stopping the live streaming.
Yes.